Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test test test. Getting ready to go live here in a beautiful, beautiful Eunice Cardinal baseball stadium. Getting ready to go live as the Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Loving Falcons. It's the District 4 2A matchup, and it's a beautiful morning. A little bit of an overcast, a little bit of humidity, a little more than what we're normally used to. But with the exception of those things, man, it is nice out here. Kind of a slight breeze. I would guess somewhere in the low 70s. Beautiful day here. Once again, we're getting ready to go live. I'm just testing mics. We appreciate you listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal versus Loving Falcon baseball.
BTH Services and Rentals, LLC is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. They wish all the young athletes an incredible basketball season and send a special shout out to the class of 2025 seniors. Congratulations on this milestone. Go Big Red! BTH Services and Rentals, proud supporters of all Lee County athletics and academics. Did you know that Cardinal Hardware isn't just your ordinary hardware store? They're your one-stop destination for all your hardware needs. As the sole hardware store in town, they take pride in being locally owned and operated, serving the community with dedication and care. Cardinal Hardware is fully stocked with all the essentials you need, ensuring you can find everything you're looking for right in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lee County sports and academics.
Bart Parker, owner of Redbird LP Gas Company, and his employees are proud of the Eunice Cardinals. Bart, class of 1971, state champions of both basketball and baseball, support the kids in their academics and athletics. And they realize balancing both is challenging, and they appreciate the Cardinals' determination. Redbird knows the Eunice Cardinals have worked really hard to get where they're at, and they're cheering them on all the way. Supporting the Eunice Cardinals, Redbird LP Gas Company. Eunice is a beacon of community spirit where everyone knows your name and looks out for one another. It's an idyllic haven to raise a family with top-notch schools, a vibrant community, and thrives on sports and academics, and has an unbeatable low cost of living. Want to tap into the heartbeat of Eunice? Google cityofunis.org to unlock a treasure trove of community events, business listings, city maps, and so much more. Experience the magic of small-town living where everyone is welcomed with open arms. The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Eunice Public Schools empower students to soar by providing exceptional educational experiences in a safe and nurturing environment. The entire Eunice community comes together to champion sports and academics, fostering a spirit of collaboration and friendly competition. Eunice is a vibrant small town with a strong sense of community and academic excellence where everyone thrives. Eunice Public Schools, prioritizing student success, cultivating meaningful relationships, and striving for academic excellence to transform lives and unlock limitless potential. Eunice Wrecker and Rental offers professional and reliable 24-hour roadside services in Lee County. Light to medium-duty towing and recovery, fuel delivery, jump starts, lockouts, and tire changes. Eunice Wrecker will also haul off those unwanted vehicles to clean up your property. Eunice Wrecker, over 20 years of experience and fully licensed and insured. Call Eunice Wrecker 575-394-HOOK, 394-4665. Eunice Wrecker and Rental currently hiring Class A CDL and regular drivers for the wrecking yard. Eunice Wrecker, 44 North New Mexico Highway 248, Eunice, New Mexico, MM1.
Guns Up Services is a proud supporter of their Eunice community and their Eunice Cardinals. Guns Up Services has been in business almost 14 years and is family owned and operated, located at 2105 Avenue O in Eunice. They're your trusted vacuum truck, winch truck, frac tanks, rental equipment, and dirt work provider. Guns Up Services in Eunice wants to cheer on number 9, Elijah, and number 15, Maddox, wishing them good luck this sports season. Guns Up Services, another proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006, delivers exceptional transport, pump truck, vacuum truck, and disposal services. Their commitment extends beyond business to supporting Lee County sports and academics. Parker Energy wants to empower young adults to succeed in sports, scholastics, and personal growth. Parker Energy, located at 2350 Avenue O in Eunice, proudly backs Lee County athletics.
Redbird Garage is your hometown local mechanic shop specializing in minor and major repairs from oil changes, car washes, brake work, AC repair, and so much more. For more information, call 575-394-8828. Call 575-394-8828. Redbird Garage, 1800 North Main Street is your hometown mechanic shop, committed to always doing what's right for you and your vehicle. Redbird Garage is a proud supporter of Lee County athletics and academics.
BTH Services and Rentals, LLC is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. They wish all the young athletes an incredible basketball season and send a special shout out to the class of 2025 seniors. Congratulations on this milestone. Go Big Red! BTH Services and Rentals, proud supporters of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Is Evan.
This is Jimmy Jones, and we are the Eunice Cardinals.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome
This
to
is
No Mark
Evan
Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports here live in Eunice on a beautiful Saturday morning as the Eunice Cardinals will be hosting District 4 2A foe, the Loving Falcons. The Loving Falcons come into this game with a little confidence as the Loving Falcons did split games with Eunice here just a couple of weeks ago in Loving, and so they enter this ball game with a head of steam, thinking, "Hey, we can do this." Both teams have lost the exact same amount of games for the season. Eunice has played more games. They're 14-4. Loving is 10-4, and both teams, I believe last time I looked, are tied in the district standings with one loss apiece, and that was to each other. So this is a very important game. It's also prom day here in Eunice, and anybody that's ever participated in high school sports, been involved in coaching sports, or had kids that play sports, knows that sometimes your folks can lose a little focus when it's prom day because they're thinking about how cool they'll look in their tux or how their lady's going to look in their beautiful dress, and they start focusing on what might happen later this evening. And so we hope that is definitely not something that the Cardinals do here today. They are 14-4 on the season, 7-1 in District 4 2A. They are the number one ranked team in the state in max preps. They are the number one ranked team in the state in the coaches poll. And this Cardinal team is definitely a good one. It's one of the better ones that I can remember watching through the years, at least up to this point. The one thing that I will say about them is they kind of have an on-off switch. When they turn it on and they focus, they're as good as any Eunice Cardinal baseball team that I ever remember watching play. They're very deep. Almost everybody on the team can pitch, and when I say they can pitch, they pitch pretty good. And they can hit the ball well. They've got a lot of experience, yet a lot of youth. This team is as good as anybody when they want to be, but occasionally they get a little complacent. They start thinking, this is an easy game, and then they just turn the switch off and shut it down for a few innings and look like they're just going through the motions. And we saw that earlier this season down in Jal, as they ended up beating Jal by 1 run, a team that, in all honesty, they probably should have beat by 20 plus. And then we saw that the last time the Cardinals faced Loving. Game 1, a 10-0 game after 5 innings. I mean, the Cardinals just did whatever they wanted in Game 1. Game 2, they came out and got behind early and just never really got going, never really looked like the Cardinals teams that we've seen most of the season. So if they can keep the switch on here today, they've got a really good shot to clinch the district championship here today on prom day here as we do this or play this doubleheader. For the season, looking at the stats posted online here right now, Tyson Jones leads this team with a .485 batting average. He's also got about a 700 on-base percentage. Fernando Cerna leads the team in home runs. Isaac Morales leads the team in stolen bases. Fernando Cerna is the team's leading pitcher with under 1 on his ERA. Tyson Coy has got the best fielding percentage with a .965. That's really, really good. Jose Calvillo has scored the most runs. Jose Calvillo also has the most hits for the season. RBIs, Fernando Cerna leads the team with 25. Slugging percentage, Tyson Coy has came alive the last couple of weeks. He's got a .789 slugging percentage. He leads the team in doubles as well with 7. Jose Calvillo leads the team in triples. So that's kind of a rundown statistically of this team. I'm going to jump over here really quickly and pull up Loving's just so we can talk about that. And just for my viewers that are already tuning in, we've already got quite a few of you logged in. The coaching staff came up here a while ago and said one of the umps was lost trying to get here to Eunice, and that it was probably going to be about a 15-20 minute delay on the start time. So just kind of a heads up on that. For this Loving team, they are led this year by junior left fielder Garrett Bunch. He leads the team in batting average and on-base percentage. He's got a .469 batting average and a .528 on-base percentage. Trey Tarvin leads the team in stolen bases with 6. Fielding percentage, shortstop Tristan Ansuarez, according to this, has a 1.000. I believe that's a perfect fielding percentage. It's almost hard to believe. If I'm reading that number right, that means he hasn't missed a ball or made an error in the field all season long playing the shortstop position. If so, that is amazing. Runs, Trey Tarvin leads this team with 16 runs scored. He also leads the team in hits. The senior center fielder has 16 hits on the year. Runs batting in, Diego Leja has 7 RBIs. Slugging percentage is also my man Garrett Bunch, the junior left fielder. He's got a .625 slugging percentage. The team is led in doubles by Diego Leja, the senior first baseman, and triples by junior left fielder Garrett Bunch, who has 2 triples on the year. So that's kind of a rundown of these two teams, who they've got on their rosters and whatnot. But we appreciate Evie and everyone back at the station helping us today. I'm Jimmy Jones. I've got no partners today, so no Charlie, no Resendo. Both of them had other commitments. And so it is just me here. I have set Charlie's camera up over there in his spot where he usually sets it up. Tried to open it up as wide as I can because it is kind of across the room from me here. I won't be moving it around or zooming in. So for some of you, you'll probably say thank you because you won't be dizzy. However, you might not be able to see some things in different parts of the field. For this Eunice team today, they're going to be led off by Isaac Morales. Batting in that number 2 spot is the first baseman, senior Jose Calvillo. Tyson Coy will be batting in the number 3 spot. And let's see here. Tyson Jones is going to be that designated hitter, and he's going to be in the 4 spot. Jones has had a heck of a season. I keep harping on him and talking about it, but man, he's had a great season. leading this team in batting for sure. Andres Serrano will get the nod on the hill today for the Cardinals. He's batting in the 5th spot. Misa Brito, the outstanding 8th grader, in the 6th spot. And I believe he'll be playing in right field, if my numbers are correct here. Bubba Cerna is going to be in the 5 spot, he's in the 7 spot. He's playing the 5 position. Let me think about that. I think that's third base. Luis Zamora is in the 6th spot, and that's the shortstop position. Randy Gallegos is at second base, and he'll be in that 9 spot as far as the batting goes here. So Adan Baeza will play out in the field, and then batting for Adan will be the designated hitter, Tyson Jones. So that's kind of where we're at. And once again, both teams are ready. They're ready to get this thing going. They are simply missing an umpire. So we're waiting on an umpire. There is one out there. The field ump is the one that they advised us was lost. I'm not sure if he went to the wrong town or what. It's hard to get lost in Eunice. So anyway, we appreciate everybody listening. We'll take a brief break. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Did you know that Cardinal Hardware isn't just your ordinary hardware store? They're your one-stop destination for all your hardware needs. As the sole hardware store in town, they take pride in being locally owned and operated, serving the community with dedication and care. Cardinal Hardware is fully stocked with all the essentials you need, ensuring you can find everything you're looking for right in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lee County sports and academics.
Bart Parker, owner of Redbird LP Gas Company, and his employees are proud of the Eunice Cardinals. Bart, class of 1971, state champions of both basketball and baseball, support the kids in their academics and athletics. And they realize balancing both is challenging, and they appreciate the Cardinals' determination. Redbird knows the Eunice Cardinals have worked really hard to get where they're at, and they're cheering them on all the way. Supporting the Eunice Cardinals, Redbird LP Gas Company. Eunice is a beacon of community spirit where everyone knows your name and looks out for one another. It's an idyllic haven to raise a family with top-notch schools, a vibrant community, and thrives on sports and academics, and has an unbeatable low cost of living. Want to tap into the heartbeat of Eunice? Google cityofunis.org to unlock a treasure trove of community events, business listings, city maps, and so much more. Experience the magic of small-town living where everyone is welcomed with open arms. The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and a cracker jack. I don't care if I never go back. 'Cause it's a root for the home. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and some Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never get back, 'cause it's root for the home team. And if they don't win, it's a shame, 'cause it's a 1, 2, or 3 scratches out at the old ball game.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Eunice Public Schools empower students to soar by providing exceptional educational experiences in a safe and nurturing environment. The entire Eunice community comes together to champion sports and academics, fostering a spirit of collaboration and friendly competition. Eunice is a vibrant small town with a strong sense of community and academic excellence where everyone thrives. Eunice Public Schools, prioritizing student success, cultivating meaningful relationships, and striving for academic excellence to transform lives and unlock limitless potential.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live in Eunice. We want to shout out to our sponsors, Thomas Welding Service. We appreciate you guys over at Thomas Welding Service doing all you do to help support the Eunice Cardinals and our Eunice community. So thank you very much. NMR Pipeline, Guns Up Services. Shout out to Ben and Nina and all the group. We appreciate you guys so much. Redbird LP Gas Company, Eunice Pump and Supply, my neighbors, Becky and John Nogelmeyer, the Matthews. Becky Nogelmeyer, happy birthday. It's your birthday. Man, you're getting younger. You're getting younger. Parker Energy Services, Cardinal Hardware, the Eunice Health Clinic, Badger Hydrovac, Mr. Shane Williams and the Williams fam, a great addition to the Eunice community. Eunice Wrecker and Rental, Mr. John Dean Davis. Maureen is the boss. That group is great folks, great people, always supporting the city of Eunice, which is our next sponsor, the city of Eunice. Mayor Billy Hobbs, Miss Shannon Cummins, and all the gang down there at the city of Eunice. The Eunice Schools, Mr. Bruce Hatch and all of his board members and whatnot. We appreciate them. And Redbird Garage. I see the Joneses in attendance. They're here at the game, so shout out to them as well. Spoke with Tyson just a little bit ago. Young man leads this team in batting average and on-base percentage. So shout out to Tyson Jones and all the gang down at Redbird Garage. Once again, we're just kind of in a little bit of a holding pattern. Both teams have warmed up. Both teams are ready. They've already had their little umpire meeting. They're missing an umpire. From what I was told, what they came up and told me a while ago was that one of the umpires got lost. If he was lost in Eunice, he would have already been here. So I'm assuming that must have meant that he took off toward the wrong town, which does happen from time to time. I'm not real sure. So anyway, we're getting close to ready to go. It's also senior, I want to say senior night because that's usually what they call it, but it's more like senior day here as the Eunice Booster Club will recognize the seniors for this baseball program between Game 1 and Game 2 of our doubleheader. So shout out to Miss Xann Hobbs, Miss Erica Jones, and all of those with the Booster Club, Miss Ashley Nelson, everybody, Ginger McCaslin, and I saw the Melansons down there, a lot of folks that get out here and help for that. We appreciate them and all that they do to help this Eunice sports program of all sports be very, very good. Once again, I'll be by myself today. I'm not planning on running the score app, so you probably will not see scores, counts, that sort of thing down at the bottom of the screen. I'll do my best to say them regularly. Charlie and Rosendo had other commitments today, and they will not be here. Shout out to my wife, as she was heading to Kermit for a birthday party for our nieces. It was going on today as well. I know that she was going to be heading that direction down there, and I'll be skipping it as I am here covering some sports for the Eunice Cardinals. So we appreciate you listening. A reminder, just a quick reminder here, I believe it's next weekend, next Saturday, is the Eunice Masonic Lodge Pancake Breakfast. They'll have their pancake breakfast. I believe it's $6. You can get tickets or buy tickets there at the door. They'll be making pancakes. Get down there and get you some pancakes next Saturday morning, Eunice Masonic Lodge. It's that... used to be white. I think now they've painted it a slightly different color building. It's right beside Redbird Garage. In fact, park over Redbird Garage, get your oil changed, run over next door, get you some pancakes, and you're supporting a good cause, as the Masonic Lodge does so much for people behind the scenes that nobody ever knows about. They also do a lot for scholarships in our community. Speaking of scholarships, this past weekend was the Sean Berry Memorial. Shout out to the Gladden and Hobbs family, the Coys, the Berries, of course, and so many others, the Klauses, and I know good and well I'm skipping a whole bunch of them. They have now given right at $1 million in scholarships to local kids in memory of my friend Sean. So shout out to Jared, Xan, Rodney and Joel, everybody who makes that happen. Xan, we definitely appreciate you guys and all that you do. I know my kids have been recipients of that, and it's so helpful and means so much. And Sean is looking down with that kind of a menace grin on his face. He'd probably lasso your feet if you walk by him right about now in the hallway. And so anyway, shout out to that group that makes that happen. So anyway, once again, we're just kind of wasting time here, as I thought it looked like they were going to go ahead and maybe get started with a one umpire, as we've seen happen numerous times. This is a very important game. If you didn't hear me talking earlier, the Cardinals and the Falcons are all tied up in the first place position in District 4 2A. They split the last two times these teams met, and so the Cardinals won the first game on a 10-0 fifth inning early game, mercy rule type of deal. Then the second game, the Cardinals just got edged by Loving. A very close game, went the distance, and the Cardinals ended up falling, so they split, and that sets them both at 7-1 on the season for the District 4 2A. The Cardinals are the number one ranked team in the state of New Mexico in both Max Preps and the coaches poll. And Loving, I didn't even look here. Let me open it up really quickly, and I'll look and see. I'm not sure where they're at in that state ranking, so let me see right quick, and maybe I can tell you. Loving baseball rankings, they are number 5. They're the number 5 ranked team in 2A in New Mexico baseball, according to Max Preps. A lot of times people will ask me, "Oh, that Max Preps doesn't mean anything. That they don't know what they're talking about, whatever." I will tell you that Max Preps, of the criteria that they use for seeding, is probably the most important criteria there is. There's the 6 factors that they use when they seed and rank folks at the end of the season for state tournaments and whatnot, and that is probably the most important. I see a man in gray pants, a blue polo, and a black ball cap making his way from the field house this way, so I'm going to assume, unless that's a Halloween costume or maybe Shane Williams, I'm going to assume that that is the umpire as he heads out onto the field. And so hopefully we can get this thing up and running here real quick. For Loving, they've got Tarvin in the our number one spot. He'll be leading off. Put those in there. All right. Miss Xan Hobbs up here getting all of her gifts ready for the seniors. Ready for that, I want to call it seniors night, but once again today it's kind of seniors day instead of seniors night. We'll be doing that in between games. I'll try my best to at least keep the camera going while that's happening where you guys can kind of see. I don't know how well you'll be able to hear, but we'll try to keep that going in between games. Once again, it's also prom night. Encourage everyone to have fun, but be safe out there, as don't need any unfortunate incidents, accidents, whatever they might bring on prom night. As we know, sometimes prom night is extremely fun, but can get a little scary I know it was always scary for me when I was a coach, thinking, man, I hope my kids don't go out and do something stupid and mess around and find themselves kicked off the team or something. So you just never know on prom night. So with that said, both coaches, both umpires out at home plate meeting. I thought they had already had that meeting with the one. I guess they're going over some other things that they need to go over. Another shout out to some of these sponsors that I mentioned here a little bit ago. You know, we've just got such great sponsors here that we're often spoiled, no doubt. But without them, you know, we couldn't do this, that, you know, things that we do. And so shout out to them. That's NMR Pipeline, Thomas Welding Services, Guns Up Services, Redbird Gas, Eunice Pump and Supply, Parker Energy. Speaking of Parker Energy, they've got a charity golf tournament going on out at the Eunice Golf Course here today, or Coyote Crossing, or whatever kind of foolish names they've decided to name that thing out there, instead of just calling it the Eunice Golf Course like they did for 50 or 60 or 70 or 80 years. Now I think they call it Coyote Crossing. But anyway, there's a golf tournament going out there to support a great cause, a longtime employee of Parker Energy Services, to help with family expenses, medical expenses, that sort of thing. So anyway, it looks like we're about to have the national anthem. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports. Ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live in Eunice, as the Eunice Cardinals are hosting District 4 2A foe and fellow red wearer, the Loving Falcons. The Loving Falcons, a red bird, along with the Cardinals, which are Redbirds. And so we've got a battle of Redbirds here today in Eunice. This is also a battle for the District 4 2A top spot, as both of these teams are tied. Whoever wins this game will lead this district for at least a few minutes before we have the second game here. This is game one of our doubleheader. I'm Jimmy Jones, and I am by my lonesome today here as Charlie and Rosendo are on the road, so it is just me. I'm not going to be running the Scorebug score app. That is the little app that keeps up with the count and whatnot, the score. I'm just going to say the score. I'm going to say the count, and that'll just have to work for you as I am running the board and all of this other equipment and trying to do my best to kind of keep up with a little bit of some stats. And so I'm going to do that. I won't have my phone hooked into the app, which runs all of that other stuff. So for the Cardinals today on the hill will be the number 5 batter. Where's number 5? That is Andres Serrano. And leading off for this Loving Falcon team will be Tarvin. As Tarvin heads up to the plate, the Cardinals infield all the way up on the grass. Looks like maybe they're expecting the bunt or something here as Tarvin squares around. No, he don't. He takes that first one outside for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes here to Tarvin. Serrano, another one of these youngsters that leads this Eunice Cardinal team. He's on the hill. He's going to kick and fire toward home, and that one's right down the outside corner for strike number 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Tarvin. The right-handed batter, he steps in there ready to go. Wind blowing out slightly towards center field. Kind of breezy. Here's the next pitch. It's a big breaking ball hit hard down the third base line. And the Loving Falcon coach got a hand on it, but he's no Boone. He's no Coach Boone. Coach Boone would have stuck that hand out there and just grabbed a hold of it like he did the other day when I gave credit to JB, but it was my man Boone who has that hand that's like a glove, and that pitch is high and inside. So now we've got 2 balls, 2 strikes, I believe. The sun, the angle that it's at right now, kind of washes that scoreboard out. It's kind of hard to see it this time of day. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, big pitch. It's hit towards short. Coming up, making that catch is Zamora, and he fires it across. It's a low throw. It gets by Calvillo, Rose to the dugout. And backing up is Morales, the catcher, as he scoops it up, but not before Tarvin makes his way over to second base. So Tarvin going to reach on the air. We'll call it a single just for my unofficial stats here to make it simple. But he now stands in scoring position with no outs. The first batter for Loving is standing on second, and coming to the plate is Tristan Ansuarez. Ansuarez with no outs steps up there ready. Serrano takes a look back at second. Zamora trying to hold him on. Now he comes off. There's a big swing and a miss for strike number 1. So a lot of Loving fans made the trip over today, and the Cardinal fans are still starting to trickle in. So getting more and more here. A lot of folks wearing red as both teams with that red as their team color, and that one's in there for strike 2. So strike 2. And Serrano back on the hill quickly in the stretch. Takes a look back at second. And now here comes the pitch. It's down the middle. It's hit right up the gap. It's going to go into center. Center fielder's going to scoop it. They're going to send him. Here comes the throw home. It's going to be fairly close, but sliding in is Tarvin, and he scores. And then the young man, that's Ansuarez, stands on second base and does the Karate Kid pose out there. Wax on, wax off as he drives in an RBI. And I'll give him the double as that's where he's standing. Probably an RBI single. Went to second as the ball was being thrown into home. And coming to the plate will be Leja. We kind of talked about a little bit in the pregame. It is prom day here in Eunice. But my understanding is it was prom day in Loving yesterday, so a lot of these kids were probably out promming last night for the Loving Falcons, which might be rougher than having to do the prom after the game, is to do the prom last night and then have to get up early this morning and drive over here for a couple of games. So here comes the pitch. That one's low and inside for ball 2. Once again, a lot going on here today in Eunice. Multiple games, a charity golf tournament out at the golf course. Wife and I were out there yesterday visiting with the Parkers and the Zamoras, as they were out there as well, trying to get everybody ready for the tournament. And we've got 2 balls, 1 strike, no outs here. It's a 1-0 game. The leadoff batter for Loving has already stepped on home plate with no outs after back-to-back batters standing on second for Loving. And there's a big swing and a miss. And so that makes it a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, no outs here. We're in the top of the first. Game just underway. Cardinals trailing 1-0 already here in the first inning. And Leha at the plate. Here comes the pitch. It's down that outside edge. And they're going to say that one was outside. Now they're going to say full count. Once again, my apologies where I'm setting that sun, the way it reflects off the board. It makes it a little bit hard to see. So Serrano back on the hill. Runner on second. Here comes the pitch. Big breaking ball. It gets away outside, finds the turf, and that'll be a walk as Leha earns the first walk of the game. And now with no outs, we'll have runners on first and second. Cardinals going to have to get it going here, as they do not want to find themselves in a hole with Loving, as we did that the last 2 times these teams faced off, and we figured out that that didn't work too well, and that pitch is going to get by, and it's going to be close over to third, and you had a bang-bang play as the pitch got away from Morales, but he kept it kind of in front of him. The runner was headed that way. And so a nice throw by Morales, but the umpire calls him safe. That was one of those that probably could have went either way. So Morales going to step out and realign his defense here, and now he settles back down behind home plate. Runners on the corners. Bunch at the plate, and he hits a fly ball up over second. Second baseman trying to get to it, looking into the sun, and he does a good job, as that is another 8th grader for these Cardinals. That is Randy Gallegos getting the start at second base here today. He makes the catch, flipped his hat off, looking up right into the sun, got those sunglasses on. His hair went flying in the wind like he was in a Pert Plus commercial, and then he made the catch. So I believe that is now 1 out, runners on the corners, and coming to the plate will be Granger. Serrano on the hill for the Cardinals, looking at both corners. Here comes the pitch, and that one's in there for strike number 1. So 0-1 here. Cardinals trying not to let the Falcons get away from them here in the top of the first inning. Runners on the corners, 1 out. There goes the runner, and that pitch almost gets away from Morales. He was able to scoop it, fake the throw to second, and then held on to it. So now runners on second and third. 1 out for Granger. Both these teams very, very similar in their look today. Both have white pants, both have red jerseys, white numbers, white letters. Very similar look between the 2 teams today. It's almost hard to tell. It looks like an inter-squad scrimmage out there with the look. So we've got 2 balls, 1 strike here to Granger. Granger steps back in. Andres Serrano on the hill. He's going to kick and fire it toward home, and that one gets into the turf for ball 2. So 2-2, I believe, is the count with an out. Back in there ready. Runners on second and third. Here comes the pitch. That one's right down the middle. It's hit foul over into the parking lot. That'll get a car. Might have to run your car over to Redbird Garage, get it checked out here. I'm sure it'll have a dent in it. Board shows 3 balls, 2 strikes. There's a swipe, hits it over into shallow right field. It's gonna, oh man, it was almost trouble. That ball landed about 6 inches right of the first base line, about halfway between first base and the right fielder, and it had a lot of spin on it, so where it hit, it went straight right and would have been a problem. Two runs would have scored, no doubt, if that ball lands a foot to the left. But all of that to say it's a foul ball, and we've got a full count showing on the board with 1 out. Runners on second and third. Serrano back on the hill. Takes a look. He's got Granger at the plate. He's going to throw this one in there. A swing on and a miss, and a big strike out there as Serrano gets his first K, and Granger strikes out. And that'll bring up Fierro to the plate. Runners on second and third. Fierro takes a couple of practice swings, steps into the batter's box, another right-hander. Getting ready on the hill, kicking and firing, big breaking ball, catches that outside corner, and Fierro didn't like it. He turned around and looked at the umpire and gave him a smirk and shook his head no. He did not like the call. Big breaking ball, finished definitely outside the strike zone, but it looked like it might have come across that outside corner, and that one's outside, and Fierro didn't like that one either. He turned and shook his head at the umpire again. That one was right down that outside corner. That was a fastball, and they called that one a strike, and Fierro's not making any buddies with the ump, making them faces and shaking his head. Here comes the next pitch, and it's in that same spot, and they call that one a ball. That was 3 straight pitches right down that outside edge. That one was called a ball. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runners on second and third. We're in the top of the first inning. We've got a 1-0 score. Loving leads early. Here's the pitch. That ball's hit hard into left field. It's really high. Left fielder trying to get under it, going to make that catch. Making that catch out there in left field is for the Cardinals, trying to find it. I believe that's Baeza. Made that catch out there, and that'll get the Cardinals out of the top of the first as we move to the bottom of the first. Your score, Loving 1, Eunice 0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Eunice Wrecker and Rental offers professional and reliable 24-hour roadside services in Lee County. Light to medium duty towing and recovery, fuel deliveries, jump starts, lockouts, and tire changes. Eunice Wrecker will also haul off those unwanted vehicles to clean up your property. Eunice Wrecker, over 20 years of experience and fully licensed and insured. Call Eunice Wrecker 575-394-HOOK, 394-4665. Eunice Wrecker and Rental currently hiring Class A CDL and regular drivers for the wrecking yard. Eunice Wrecker, 44 North New Mexico Highway 248, Eunice, New Mexico, MM1.
Sports here live in Eunice as your Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Loving Falcons. This is a battle for the number one spot in District 4 2A baseball. Both teams are 7-1 in the district play this year. They split a doubleheader earlier that we covered. Me, Charlie Resendo were over there in Loving for that game. The Cardinals won the first game of that doubleheader 10-0 in the fifth on a mercy rule ended game. Then the second game, Cardinals got a slow start, got behind early, then started coming back in right at the end, ended up losing a close one, and that is how we stand for the season, is that split has brought both these teams here to face off in a District 4 2A matchup for that first place top spot. So leading the team off for the Cardinals will be Isaac Morales. Morales steps in there ready to go, takes that first pitch outside for ball one. On the hill for the Falcons here today is Fierro, the young man that hit that last pitch high into left field for the out. And so stepping back in there is Morales. Here comes the pitch from Fierro, and it's hit right back up towards second base. Shortstop trying to get to it. They're not going to get there, and Morales is going to reach on the single. You know, it just dawned on me that Fierro was the young man that was up to bat a while ago that was shaking his head and making faces at the umpire, and now he goes to the mound to pitch, and he's going to be dependent on that same umpire to make calls, and so sometimes not the best approach for sure. If I'm the Loving coaching staff, I might grab my player and say, hey, probably not a good idea in the first inning to start arguing with the ump and then go to the pitcher's mound. But stepping up is the senior Jose Calvillo, and Fierro fires back to first, and sliding back in is Morales. We're in a 1-0 game. I'm not running the score app, so if you're looking down there saying, why is the score and the count not there, I'm by myself running several different pieces of equipment here. And so I'm not going to be running the app. I'll tell you the score, I'll tell you the lineup, I'll tell you what inning it is, and try to keep you updated as best I can. Morales on first. Takes a big lead. They've thrown back over there to him already multiple times. Calvillo waits. He drives that one into center field. It's way back. It may be out. Oh, it's off the wall. Turning is Morales. He's headed over to third. They're going to hold him there. And Calvillo falls down on second base. He almost overran second base watching the ball. And then they came close to tagging him. But Calvillo on a double. So we've started this game with a single, then a double, and now comes Tyson Coy, the young man that leads this team in slugging percentage this year. He also leads the team in doubles, and if he could replace Calvillo out there and score 2 runs, it'd be a great start here for the senior. Tyson Coy, his family's out there having a flower day out there at their place, and there's a swing and a miss. Got a lot of flowers and plants and summer stuff going on out there for the Coys at their feed store. I believe that was supposed to go on until about 11, so they may not be doing it anymore. It may be over by now. Coy back in there ready. There's a big swing and a miss for strike 2, so Coy finds himself down 0-2 here. TC, Tyson Coy, young man hit his first home run in our last game, knocking it over that left center field fence. And he's up there ready with an 0-2 count, and he swings at that one, hits it into left field. It's going to score 1 easily. He's going to make the turn at first and advance the runners. And Tyson Coy with an RBI single, and that'll bring up Tyson Jones with runners on the corners, and out comes the coaching staff for Loving. They want to talk about it as they head out onto the mound to have a little visit. We'll step away for just a moment. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Guns Up Services is a proud supporter of their Eunice community and their Eunice Cardinals. Guns Up Services has been in business almost 14 years and is family owned and operated, located at 2105 Avenue O in Eunice. They're your trusted vacuum truck, winch truck, frac tanks, rental equipment, and dirt work provider. Guns Up Services in Eunice wants to cheer on number 9 Elijah and number 15 Maddox, wishing them good luck this sports season. Guns Up Services, another proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
Welcome back as Tyson Jones steps to the plate. On the hill is Fierro. Jones, Fierro, they fake the throw over to third, then throw back over to first, and Coy says, not today, not today, as he steps back onto the base, and the runners are both safe. Kind of came out of that timeout. You could tell that was kind of a planned thing, so we'll see what happens here. They're going to throw toward home, and Coy's going to easily stroll into second like it's a Sunday morning as he now stands on second. We've got Calvillo on third, Coy on second, Jones at the plate. No outs. We're in the bottom of the first in a 1-1 tie game. Here comes the pitch from Fierro, and Jones takes that one on the outside part of the plate. Looked a little low, called strike. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Tyson Jones. T-Man steps in there ready to go. Back in the back of that left-handed batter's box. He swings and hits the line drive that almost took the second baseman's head off. The young man just threw his glove in the air and the ball went right in his glove. And Jones hit that one hard. Unfortunately, if he hits that ball 2 foot to the right or left, it's into right center field. But unfortunately, he hit it directly at the chest of the second baseman who grabbed it, and so down goes Jones on the line out, and that'll bring up the pitcher, Andres Serrano, for some pitcher-on-pitcher violence here. Fierro gonna kick and fire toward home, and he's gonna hit him, and so Serrano gets hit by pitch, and he'll head over to first, and now we've got the bases loaded, and the 8th grader, Misa Brito. Misa's hungry, and we're going to have a courtesy runner. I believe that's going to be Lucas. Usually number 7. Yep, that is Lucas Lopez, another 8th grader for this Eunice Cardinal baseball team. I'm telling you, that 8th grade class is strong, and man, when you've got the number 1 ranked team in the state of New Mexico and they've got as many 8th graders playing big minutes as this Eunice Cardinal team does, the future is bright. That's why all these guys wear shades. 1-1 score, and Brito steps in there. He's another left-hander. Bases loaded. Here comes the first pitch, and it's down the outside half of the plate for strike 1 to Brito as he stands and takes that one. Brito going to step back in there. Fierro on the hill. Fierro wasting no time. He takes a look at him. He's going to kick and fire one toward home. That one's on that outside half again, but that one's low for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Brito. Brito steps back in there. Fierro is already rocking. He's ready to go. He's going to kick and fire it toward home with the bases loaded, and that ball stays outside for ball 2. 2-1 to Fierro. We've got a 1-1 ball game. It's all tied up, 1 out, bases loaded here in the bottom of the first. Brito says he's ready. Looked like he was going to step out of the box. He stayed in there, and that ball's hit right back at the pitcher. It goes off the shins of the pitcher. He's trying to get him at home. He throws it all the way to the backstop. Brito's going to reach, and we've got a single as Brito hit that line drive right off the shins of the pitcher, and it ends up an RBI single. You know, Fierro, when he finally gathered himself and picked that ball up, would have probably had a shot if he'd have thrown it to first, but he tried to fire at home. I don't think it was going to be close either way because the runner coming down the line was moving. But with that said, it'll bring up Bubba Cerna, the young man that leads this team in homers on the season with the bases loaded. He hit a grand slammy earlier in the year with me right here calling it. And he steps in there, takes ball 1, bases juiced. Cerna, Bubba, my neighbor, in there ready to go. Kicks and fires does Fierro, and that ball's high and outside for ball 2. So 2-0, and you got to believe that Coach Tyler Almaguer is going to look down there and say, you know what, I don't care what the count is, you got the green light. Fierro on the hill, kicks and fires it, and that one's low and outside for ball 3. And Coach Tyler Almaguer is giving some hand signals over there, showing him his muscles, one or the other. It's a 3-0 count. Like I said, I got to think he's got the green light. Bases loaded, 1 out. Here comes the pitch, a big swing and a miss. Might have tipped it off his knuckles, couldn't tell for sure, but either way, it's a strike. Cerna was swinging. He was trying to hit that one to Carlsbad, or maybe back to Loving. 3-1, 1 out. Bases juiced. Here comes the pitch to Bubba. Bubba hits it hard toward deep right field. There is no question about it. He hit that one way, way, way out of here. Bubba says grand slam, baby. Grand slam. His second grand slam of the year. As Bubba Cerna rounds the bases with the team waiting at home. He did the bat flip after he hit it. There was no question. As soon as that ball hit the bat, it went soaring into left field, landed out there by Jesse's Little Warriors, and the Cardinals take the big lead now 6-1 on the grand slam from Fernando Cerna, a.k.a. Bubba. Wow, what a hit. And that'll bring up Luis Zamora. As Zamora steps up there, nobody on the bases, 1 out. And here comes the first pitch, and that one goes over the head of Zamora, and he never even flinched. I'd have been doing the turtle head thing where I sucked my head back down in between my shoulders, but he just stood there, and that ball went right over the top of his helmet. Here comes the second pitch. That one's hit over into shallow right field. Second baseman, center, both trying to get to it. And the center fielder makes a really good catch out there. As I believe that was Tarvin who came up and made that catch. So down goes Zamora on the fly out to shallow center. And now another 8th grader, Randy Gallegos, comes to the plate. Gallegos with 2 outs. On deck is Isaac Morales in the top of this Cardinal lineup, and that first pitch is in there, a breaking ball that comes across the middle for strike 1. Gallegos with a 6-1 lead here in the bottom of the first. Here comes the pitch from Fierro. That one's driven towards short. Gallegos on his horse trying to get there, bobbling it a minute. Oh, it was it was a bang-bang play. The Eunice faithful not liking that call at all, and the first base coach for the Cardinals not liking the call. And they call him out at first, so down goes Gallegos on the ground out. And as we move to the second, the Cardinals lead 6-1. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live in Eunice on a beautiful, beautiful Saturday morning. Just about 10 minutes away from lunchtime, but it is nice. It's overcast. Occasionally that sun pops out, but kind of an overcast morning right now. I would guess, and I could look it up, but I got other stuff going on my phone, but I would guess you're probably looking at about 75 as far as the temperature goes. 5 to 10 mile an hour max breeze, winds going straight out towards center field. It is a beautiful, beautiful day here. 6-1 is your score as the Cardinals put 6 runs on the board there in the bottom of the first. Mainly 4 of those anyway upon the bat of Bubba Cerna with the grand slam. So starting this portion of the inning, or starting this second inning, is going to be Ryan Davis, the catcher, as he takes that first pitch for strike number 1. Ryan Davis, a young man that we've talked about before, has ties here to the Eunice Cardinal community. Used to go to school here. He reaches out and touches that one and fouls it off. Big breaking ball had him confused. He swung at it. It was probably 2 foot outside the plate, but he was able to get a tip of the bat on it and foul it off. All of that for strike 2. So Davis 0-2 here as Serrano is on the hill. He's going to fire this one right down the middle, blows it past him, and down goes Davis. Serrano's second K of this ball game. And the Cardinals lead 6-1 with one out here in the top of the second. And coming to the plate will be Leyva. Number 5, young man playing second base here today for the Falcons. The number 5 ranked Falcons, they're the number 5 ranked team in the state of New Mexico. He's going to square around to bunt. He fouls that one off for strike number 1. Eunice, as we've mentioned, number 1 ranked team in the state in both max preps and the coaches poll. Loving 5 in max preps. I didn't look the coaches poll up to see for sure what they showed on that one. You would think with a win over Eunice that the coaches would probably look at that and go, maybe we're going to rank you a little higher than 5. But he's going to square around. He faked the bunt that time and then took the pitch right down the middle for strike 2. So a whole bunch of bunting for nothing. And he's down 0-2 now with one out. The Cardinal defense is going to scoot back to their normal positions here as he's got 2 strikes, and it's unusual. But he's going to square around. And then he took that one, and that was a close pitch, too, on that outside edge, called a ball. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Leyva. He squared around, still intending to bunt. And as I mentioned, the Cardinal defense had scooted back into their normal spot. So we'll see if he does it again here. You bunt foul on that 3rd strike, and he swings and misses at that one. Morales had troubles fielding it. He does pick it up and fire it over to first. And so down goes Leyva on the strikeout, the 3rd strikeout for Serrano. And that'll bring up number 51, Munoz, the DH for the Loving Falcons. So Munoz steps in there ready to go. Offense has shifted back over, all square in their positions now. I'm sorry, the defense has, all square in their positions. Got kind of a scratchy Charlie throat going on here today. So 0-1, here comes the pitch. That ball's hit into shallow right field. The second baseman trying to get under it, and that is Gallegos, and he does, and down goes Munoz on the fly out. So that'll move us to the bottom of the second. The Cardinals with a 6-1 lead. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006, delivers exceptional transport, pump truck, vacuum truck, and disposal services. Their commitment extends beyond business to supporting Lee County sports and academics. Parker Energy wants to empower young adults to succeed in sports, scholastics, and personal growth. Parker Energy, located at 2350 Avenue O in Eunice, proudly backs Lee County athletics.
Redbird Garage is your hometown local mechanic shop specializing in minor and major repairs from oil changes, car washes, brake work, AC repair, and so much more. For more information, call 575-394-8828. Call 575-394-8828. Redbird Garage, 1800 North Main Street is your hometown mechanic shop, committed to always doing what's right for you and your vehicle. Redbird Garage is a proud supporter of Lee County athletics and academics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. A shout out to our sponsors, NMR Pipeline, Thomas Welding Service, Guns Up Services, Redbird Gas, Eunice Pump and Supply, Parker Energy Services, Cardinal Hardware, Eunice Health Clinic, Badger Hydrovac, Mr. Shane Williams, Eunice Wrecker and Rental, the City of Eunice, Eunice Schools, Redbird Garage. Shout out to Miss Becky Nogelmeyer from our neighbors down there at Eunice Pump and Supply that do so much for our community. It is her birthday today, so happy birthday, Miss Becky. And so the Cardinals are going to start this inning with the top of their lineup as Morales steps in there ready to go. They went completely around, and Morales takes that one as he gets hit by a pitch, and he'll start off on first base. He took that shot. That was a fastball that just went right into him, and he didn't like it. He had to walk past first over there, and you could tell that one hurt a little bit. Reminder, the Eunice Masonic Lodge has their pancake breakfast next weekend. Get with somebody like Gary Deck, Pat Sims, Matt White, Glenn Jenkins. Get with some of those folks, Steve Almaguer. They'll get you set up with tickets. Pat McCaslin, so many others. They can help you out with tickets, and they're going to intentionally walk Calvillo. So Calvillo going to go over to first with runners now on first and second. No outs. We're in the bottom of the second. And Tyson Coy, we talked about him earlier. He leads this team in slugging percentage. Also leads them in doubles for the season. Has had a really good couple of weeks for sure. I mean, just an outstanding couple of weeks. Runners with big leads on first and second. Here comes the first pitch. It's low and outside off the turf, and the catcher, Ryan, did a really good job of keeping that ball in front of him because Morales was wanting to take off as that ball hit probably 4 foot out in front of the plate. So 1 ball, no strikes, no outs in a 6-1 game. We're in the bottom of the second. Here comes the pitch from Fierro, and that one's low. And Ryan does a really good job, Davis, of keeping that ball in front of him as well. So 2-0 here to Tyson Coy. TC with an RBI single, his first trip to the plate. He's got a chance here to do it again, and that one's going to be low and outside for ball 3. So 3-0 to Coy. Coy wearing the New Balance. Just a few years ago, they called those grandpa shoes. Now they're popular again. I got a pair, and I'm a grandpa. There's a drive into left field. Trying to make a diving catch was on Suarez. Here comes the runner. He's going to make the turn, and getting in there is Morales. Calvillo going to hold up at second, and Tyson Coy with his second RBI single of this ball game. With the exception of the run scored off Cerna's grand slam, Coy is responsible for the other 2 runs this team has scored. Tyson Coy, the senior. Now with runners on first and second, Tyson Jones, who hit a shot at the second baseman his last trip to the plate for a line out, steps in there ready. And he took a big cut at that one for strike number 1. Tyson Coy with an RBI single, put runners, him and Calvillo, now standing at first and second. And now we have the other Tyson Jones, up to the plate. And Jones takes that one inside, and it's going to get past the catcher, go all the way to the screen, and the runners will advance. So now you've got runners on second and third with no outs. In a 7-1 game, the Cardinals lead 7-1 here in the bottom of the second. Tyson Jones at the plate. Fierro on the hill for Loving. Jones is ready. Here comes the pitch, and that one almost got by the catcher as that ball was 10 foot outside home plate, and the catcher had to jump to his feet and dang near dive for it, or that would have scored a run because Calvillo was thinking about it. So 2-1 is your count. Here comes the pitch, and that one's, oh man. Man, the Eunice faithful not liking that call at all, but that's 2 balls, 2 strikes. That ball looked, from my angle, it looked 2 foot outside, but it was a called strike. So 2-2. Here comes the pitch to Jones, and that one's out there just a little bit farther than the last one. That one he calls the ball. So 3-2 here. Jones gets himself into a full count. No outs, a 7-1 lead, runners on second and third. Tyson Jones, Redbird Garage, they're together. Let's see what they can do. Here's the pitch, and it is outside, and Jones earns the walk. Tyson Jones strolls down to second or to first base, and that'll bring up the pitcher for the Cardinals, Andres Serrano. And the base is loaded, no outs, bottom of the second, 7-1 lead. This will be a little pitcher-on-pitcher crime here, as Fierro is already in his pitching mode phase look, and Serrano just now steps into the box, and he's already kicking and firing, and that ball's going to get in there at the big breaking ball called strike 1. So 0-1 here to Serrano. Serrano works quick. He likes to get in his position, and then as soon as the batter starts to step into the box, he's already stepping and kicking, and he does right there for strike 2. So 0-2 to Serrano. Big breaking ball and a swing and a miss there. So we'll see if he can stay alive here, like Charlie used to with that butterfly collar shirt when he was at the club in the 70s. Here comes the next one, and that one's low and outside for ball 1. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Serrano. Bases loaded. Misa Brito standing on deck with Bubba Cerna in the hole. No outs here. Here comes the pitch, big breaking ball, and it's going to hit Serrano. And so Serrano gets hit by a pitch. He got hit by a pitch his last at bat. So that is 2 straight trips to the plate where he gets hit. That one's an RBI, get hit by a pitch, if that's even a thing. And that'll bring up Misa Brito. He had an RBI single his last trip, and they're going to pinch run or courtesy run for Serrano as Lucas Lopez comes in to run for him, another 8th grader. And we've got an 8th grader at the plate in Misa Brito. On deck, the young man who's already hit 2 grand slams this year and just hit one in the last inning. Misa Brito at the plate. He takes that first one right down the pipe for strike number 1. So 0-1 to Brito. 8-1 is your score. The Cardinals lead here in the bottom of the 2nd. That one's, that's a close one. He calls that one a ball. We'll take it. Thank you very much. 1 ball, 1 strike here to Misa. Misa's got what looks like some New Balances on too. And there's a swing. It's hit over toward short. Shortstop boots it. It gets by him. And he's gonna knock it down a few feet behind him, but not before anything can happen out of it. So Brito, like I said, on my unofficial numbers here, which are not the official stats, I'm going to give him an RBI single, probably an error. An RBI anyway, though. And now coming to the plate with the bases loaded, Bubba Cerna. I don't know that I've ever seen back-to-back grand slammies before. If there's anybody that could do it, Bubba's your guy. Bases juiced. 9-1 is your score. Bottom of the 2nd. Bubba at the plate. 1 out. No outs. Here comes the pitch. It's a high fly ball into deep left center field. It may be. It's going to be caught at the warning track. He hit that one to the moon. And the run is going to score as Jones strolls across home. When that came off his bat, I thought it was out of here again. That ball went high. Yeah, it was way up there. It was higher than those ladies that went on that fake trip to space the other day, as that was an RBI flyout for Cerna. So Zamora comes up, and he takes that first pitch for ball number 1. It was in the turf. So after the RBI flyout, we've got runners on first and second, 1 out, and Zamora at the plate. Here comes the pitch, and that one's high for ball 2. So Zamora with a 2-0 count here. It's a 10-1 ball game. Cardinals need to keep this going. Here comes the pitch from Fierro. The runner's going to go. They throw it down over there, and he slides under the tag. That was a really good pickup there by Davis as that ball was thrown in the turf, and he kind of scooped it on the sweep and then threw it all in one motion. And if that ball's thrown 2 foot lower, then the runner's out. But if a frog had wings, he wouldn't bump his butt when he jumped. So runners on first and second. Runners on the corners here. 1 out. Here comes the pitch. That one's called strike out on the outside corner. So the runner advances as Brito now stands on second. Second and third. Here comes the pitch. That ball's hit into right field. It's going to be close. It might be problems. The right fielder's going to get to it, and then they're going to hold him, and then they send him late. There was some confusion as Coach Almaguer is not happy, and they get them both, and that'll get the Loving Falcons out of this deal. There was some confusion as to what was going to happen. It was a fly ball. I think Coach Almaguer wanted his runners to tag. The one on third, which was the 8th grader Lopez, was late with his start. And by the time he started to take off, then he changed his mind and started to go back. But the runner coming from second was already 3/4 of the way down, another 8th grader. And anyway, all of that. The Cardinals do put 4 runs on the board, though it's 10-1. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Redbird Garage is your hometown local mechanic shop specializing in minor and major repairs from oil changes, car washes, brake work, AC repair, and so much more. For more information, call 575-394-8828. Call 575-394-8828. Redbird Garage, 1800 North Main Street is your hometown mechanic shop, committed to always doing what's right for you and your vehicle. Redbird Garage is a proud supporter of Lee County athletics and academics.
Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports here live in Eunice as your Eunice Cardinals are hosting District 4 2A foe, the Loving Falcons. These two teams are tied atop District 4 2A. Both have a 7-1 match, 7-1 record in district play. They split earlier in the season. We've got a 10-1 game here as the Cardinals scored 6 in the first, 4 in the second, and now we have moved into the third. Batting here for Loving is the top of their lineup. That is Tarvin. The young man had a single his first trip to the plate and then scored a run after that. And so he is up to bat. Serrano on the hill for the Eunice Cardinals. First 2 pitches are balls. It's 2-0. Once again, we're in the top of the third. 10-1 is your score. A battle of 2 very southeastern New Mexico teams for sure, and they called that one outside for ball 3. So 3-0 here to Tarvin. Loving and Eunice, both part of this oil and gas Permian Basin oil boom that's been going the last quite a few years. Here comes the next pitch, and that one's outside for ball 4. So Tarvin going to walk as he sprints down to first. And the Loving schools, we were over there for baseball the other day. They've really done some great things over there. They've redone their baseball field, redid the track and football field. If you haven't been over there in the last 6 months, man, you need to get over and take a look at it because they've done some really neat things. It looks a ton better. It looks really good. So congratulations to them. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 1. At the plate is Ansuarez. He had an RBI double his first trip to the plate, and when he got to second, he did the Karate Kid crane pose while he stood on second base. Something I don't believe I've ever seen before, but I did today. They throw back over to first, making Tarvin dive back in there, but he's there safely. So he's already going to jump out. He's got a big lead over at first. I'm going to tell you, he's probably going to go the first chance he gets with that lead he's got. And there he goes. And they throw it over toward second. The throw was a little high, and so stealing second is Tarvin. So now the setup is the same as when Ansuarez was at the plate a while ago. He hit an RBI double in this exact position. 1 ball, 1 strike here to Suarez. And here comes the pitch. That ball's hit high, foul, right back over the top of me into the parking lot. That'll get a car. Shout out to our sponsors that always make these broadcasts possible, live and free. We appreciate you. Without you, we couldn't do what we do. NMR Pipeline, Thomas Welding Services, Guns Up Services, just a few of those who make this possible. There's a big breaking ball that looked like it was in there to me, and it looked like that to the entire Eunice community here, and even the pitcher, which is usually pretty stoic, kind of like gritted his teeth and made a kind of an interesting face there. That looked like a good pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Slow work here. Looking back towards second. Now here comes the pitch. It swung on. It's going to be hit into left field. That ball's going to get through. They're going to turn him. They're sending him this way. Going to be close. Oh, and the pitch or the throw from the cutoff man gets down a little low, and sliding in is Tarbin. And Suarez now stands on second again with what I'm going to call an RBI double. Back-to-back RBI doubles from that young man. He is responsible for both of the runs that the Falcons have scored here today. And now Lehigh comes to the plate. Young man walked his last time up. It's a 10-2 game. Runner on second is Suarez. Here comes the pitch. It's hit foul over toward the Eunice dugout. Coming out of the dugout, I believe that's Jorge Cito. Came out of the dugout with a tablet in his hand and scooped it up. I was trying to look and confirm that, as last week I missed Coach Boone. He made an amazing catch over there, and I thought it was Coach JB, but it was Coach Boone that come out of there and snatched one up. A rocket that was sent over there while he was on the tablet, snatched it out of the air with one hand. Here comes the next pitch, and that one's, woo, man, those breaking balls are good-looking pitches. They're finishing outside the strike zone. They look like they're catching the outside half of the plate to me when they come over the plate. But called a ball. So runner on second is Suarez. Lehigh at the plate. And he takes that one high for ball 2. So 2 balls, 1 strike here to Lehigh. He walked his last trip to the plate. See if we can get him out of there today. Here comes the next pitch. That swung and hit hard into center. Center fielder going to scoop it. They're going to round him. Here they come. Oh, man, and the throw got there in time, but it was bobbled by Morales, and sliding in is Suarez, and he's going to get there safely as Lehigh with an RBI double. You know, I think if we would have come up off the catch throwing, we kind of paused a second to see if that runner was going to turn, and then we threw it, and the throw was there in time. I believe that's Coy. He got the throw there in time. Morales kind of bobbled it, and that gave just enough time for the runner to slide in there. So now we've got another run on the board. Runner on first. Trying to look, it looks like it's 10-3 now. And up at the plate is Bunch. Bunch is the young man who leads this team in a lot of batting categories for the Loving Falcons. He's up there ready. Here comes the pitch. That one's low and outside. Gets into the turf. And Morales did a really good job of keeping that one in front of him, keeping the runner where he's at. So runner on first base. No outs. We're in the top of the third. Loving has scored 2 runs here to make this a 10-3 game. And that pitch is outside. So 2-1. Once again, not running the score app today, which is the scoreboard you guys see on your screen. I'm not running that today because I'm here by myself. I don't have Charlie and Rosendo, so I'm running the soundboard and the the other things that we have here, and so trying to keep stats. That ball's chipped over toward Gallegos. Gallegos going to make the turn. They flip it over, and they're not going to get the double play. They do get the lead runner. A nice flip from Gallegos over to Zamora. Zamora touched the base and then flipped it over to first, and not in time, but they do get the lead runner. So that'll bring up Granger. He struck out his last trip to the plate. Now with one out, it's a 10-3 ball game. We're in the top of the third. Runner on first. There's a dry foul down the third base line. Going to go over there where some of our folks are doing a little warming up and playing catch. Tyson Jones going to head out and pick that one up. 10-3 is your score. One out. Top of the third. Runner on first. Jose Calvillo over there, the first baseman, trying to hold him on. Here comes the pitch. Big breaking ball and a swing and a miss. As Granger definitely threw some wind across the field with that swing. So 0-2 here to Granger. Big lead over at first base by Bunch. Here comes the pitch. The runner's going to go. It's a high fly ball. The shortstop calling everybody off. He's stepping back. He's going to make the catch. They throw it back toward first, sliding in, and then the ball's going to go into the dugout. And so the runner's going to end up in second with 2 outs. So Granger hits a shallow fly into shallow center. Zamora made the catch. The runner was halfway between the bases. When Zamora fired it toward first, it got past Calvillo into the dugout, so that allowed the runner to go back to second. So now with 2 outs, Loving's got a runner on second, and Fierro will come to the plate. That's Bunch that's out there on second for the Falcons. Serrano going to pitch, and that one blows right by him for strike number 1. So 0-1 here to Fierro, the pitcher for the Falcons. Here comes the pitch. That breaking ball is going to stay outside for ball 1. 1-1. Once again, here by myself today as Charlie and Rosendo are on the road. Hope they have a good weekend. Maybe get a flat tire or something since they're not here with us. I'm only kidding. There's that pitch. It's swung on. And, man, the runner Bunch, he was halfway to third and stood out there kind of daring them to throw it one way or the other. Morales finally just throws it back to the pitcher, and he floats back over to second. So 10-3 is your score. We're in the top of the third. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here to Fierro. Here comes the pitch. That ball's hit high up over the pitcher. Serrano coming to it. Now the catcher's going to call him off, and then Cerna calls him off, and Cerna's going to step in and make the catch. And so down goes Fierro on the fly out. And so as we move to the bottom of the third, your score, Eunice 10, Loving 3. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Did you know that Cardinal Hardware isn't just your ordinary hardware store? They're your one-stop destination for all your hardware needs. As the sole hardware store in town, they take pride in being locally owned and operated, serving the community with dedication and care. Cardinal Hardware is fully stocked with all the essentials you need, ensuring you can find everything you're looking for right in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lee County sports and academics.
Live in Eunice as your Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Loving Falcons. It's a 10-3 ball game. We're in the bottom of the third. Loving playing a little defense here. Both teams are dressed identical, so if you're having a tough time telling who's who, so am I up here. The only difference is Eunice has got red uniform or red jerseys with black numbers and a white outline around the black numbers, where Loving has red jerseys with a white number. Both teams wearing white pants, red and white hats. I mean, they look identical out here today. And so, anyway, taking that first pitch is the 8th grader Gallegos. First strike, number 1. So, back up on the hill is Fierro. He kicks and fires, and there's a big swing and a miss from Gallegos for strike 2. So, 0-2 here to Randy Gallegos. Gallegos, another one of those 8th graders. We've talked so much about them this year. Just a lot of really strong 8th graders on this team this year. And there's a ball that's driven foul over toward the field house. There's a Redbird Garage, a couple of Joneses I see walking in front of the camera there, heading down the bleachers. So wasting no time is Fierro with an 0-2 count. And then swinging at that one was Gallegos. He got him reaching, and so down goes Gallegos on the strikeout. That is the first strikeout, I believe, of the ball game for Fierro. And that brings us to the top of the lineup as Isaac Morales will come to the plate with 1 out here. He led off the first and second inning in good fashion, as he had a single his first at bat. He got hit by a pitch his last trip to the plate, so reached both innings. And here we are in the third with 1 out, and he'll step up there. He took that first pitch for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. That ball's hit high into left field. It's a shallow left field. Shortstop trying to come over, and he is going to make that catch. And so down goes Morales on the fly out to shallow left. Shortstop did a really good job coming over. We talked about him in the pregame as well. This shortstop has got a like he's made no errors all year long out there, according to the stats that they've got posted. So Jose Calvillo comes to the plate with 2 outs here in the third, and he took that first pitch. Calvillo hit a double his first trip to the plate. They intentionally walked him his last time up with a man on base. We've seen that a lot this year. Calvillo probably leads our team in earned walks, and in fact, a lot of them, they just don't even pitch not one pitch to him. They just tell him, hey, you go get on base. I'm assuming that maybe this weekend is the Jesse Little Warriors thing going on, because I'm seeing a lot of folks out there in left field. Just over the left field fence. They've got jumpy houses and all kind of stuff going on out there, and that's last couple of years that's where they've done that, and I hadn't seen anything advertising it, but I'm wondering if that's not what's happening. Anyway, if anybody knows, let me know. Calvillo is going to earn the walk, and so they throw to Calvillo that time, but they didn't really throw to him. Basically like 4 straight way out pitches. And so now Tyson Coy, he had an RBI single his first at bat. He had an RBI single his second at bat. And so he's now got Calvillo standing on first. Here's the first pitch, and he hits that one towards center. It's right at the center fielder. Center fielder going to make the catch. And down go the Cardinals, and down goes Coy on the line out to center. Well hit ball, but he hit it right on the screws, right at the center fielder. And so as we move to the fourth, the score, Eunice 10, Loving 3. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Bart Parker, owner of Redbird LP Gas Company, and his employees are proud of the Eunice Cardinals. Bart, class of 1971, state champions of both basketball and baseball, support the kids in their academics and athletics. and they realize balancing both is challenging, and they appreciate the Cardinals' determination. Redbird knows the Eunice Cardinals have worked really hard to get where they're at, and they're cheering them on all the way. Supporting the Eunice Cardinals, Redbird LP Gas Company.
Here live in Eunice as your Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Loving Falcons. This is the number 1 ranked Eunice Cardinals versus the number 5 ranked Loving Falcons. And we've had, a fairly good matchup or good series of matchups between these two teams. Right now we got a 10-3 game. The Cardinals in the lead. Coming to the plate for the Falcons is going to be Ryan Davis. Davis going to step up there. He trails by 7. A young man with ties to Eunice. He struck out his last trip to the plate. As he steps in there again, he takes ball 1. And so it is Swamp Fest. Miss Leanne Reeves told me that Swamp Fest is happening out there today. So it starts at 5 o'clock. Thank you, Miss Leanne Reeves, for that information. As they do have Swamp Fest going on out there just over the left field fence. And that ball's right down the middle for strike 1. So 2 balls, 1 strike here to Ryan Davis. Reminder to everyone, Swamp Fest going on out just past left field here in Eunice today. I see the bouncy houses and whatnot out there, and that ball's inside. So now it's a 3-ball, 1 strike count to Ryan Davis. Swamp Fest this weekend. Next weekend on Saturday, the Eunice Masonic Lodge Pancake Breakfast. Go support the Eunice Masonic Lodge. Get you some pancakes. That ball's hit into left field. Davis with a good shot into left. Don scoops it up, throws it to second to hold Davis to a single, but a nice piece of hitting there by Ryan Davis. Zamora had his glove outstretched, doing all he could, and that ball was just a smidge, as Rosendo might say, over the outstretched glove. And so now a runner on first, and coming to the plate is going to be Leyva. He struck out his last trip to the plate, and he'll have a runner on first with no outs. Here comes the first pitch, and that ball, they squared around like we were going to bunt. That was Leyva. He did that at his last trip to the plate. He squared around like he was going to bunt pretty much every time, even after he got a couple of strikes. And that time he didn't square around. So just as I say that, he proves me wrong. So 1 ball, 1 strike here to Leyva with a runner on second. Serrano on the hill for the Cardinals. Kicks and fires toward home. Big swing and a miss for strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Leyva. One ball, 2 strikes. Runner on first. We're in the 4th inning, the top of the 4th. Here comes the pitch, and that ball's hit high up over the pitcher. Pitcher kind of stumbling around on the mound, and coming in and making an amazing catch was Zamora, as the pitcher, when he threw, his natural momentum carried him off the mound, and then he was trying to backpedal and back up over the top of the mound and was stumbling, and he would have missed it, but coming in was your shortstop to make a really good catch out there. And so that'll bring up Munoz. He flew out his last trip to the plate, and with 1 out, they've got a runner standing on first base, and they take the first pitch for ball 1. So 1-0. Swamp Fest happening just over the left field fence today. Get out there, support a great cause. Eunice Masonic Pancakes next Saturday. There's a fly ball foul. So 1 ball, 1 strike here to Munoz. He's the DH for this Falcon team. He's got a runner on first. Serrano on the hill. Cerna standing over there on third base. Calvillo on first. That ball's hit right towards second. Gallegos going to scoop it up. They're going to try to turn 2, and they do. And a double play. That was led by Gallegos, who scooped it up cleanly, flipped it over to Zamora, and Zamora fires it over to Calvillo. That would be the 4-6-3 double play, I believe, as the Cardinals get out of the top of the 4th. As we move to the bottom of the 4th, you're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Eunice is a beacon of community spirit where everyone knows your name and looks out for one another. It's an idyllic haven to raise a family with top-notch schools, a vibrant community, and thrives on sports and academics, and has an unbeatable low cost of living. Want to tap into the heartbeat of Eunice? Google cityofunis.org to unlock a treasure trove of community events, business listings, city maps, and so much more. Experience the magic of small-town living where everyone is welcomed with open arms. The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal baseball. Here is the Cardinals hosting the Loving Falcons, and Tyson Jones comes to the plate in the bottom of the 4th, and he drives that one towards center. Oh, the shortstop makes a heck of a play. Suarez scooped that one up on the edge of the grass on probably the second base side of second and fired it over there to get Jones, and so a heck of a play by Suarez. That's all you can say. As Jones goes down on the ground out. A well-hit ball again. Jones not able to get any luck there on that one as Andres Serrano comes to the plate. Young man has got hit by a pitch every time to the plate today, and he hits that one high and foul. And wow, it's way up there. It's going to land over there behind the third base dugout for strike 1. Heath Dean came in and visited a little bit during the break there. Heath, a longtime president of the Eunice Booster Club, and some great kiddos that are numerous time state champions. That Dean family, and I mean, probably as many state championships linked to Heath and his family, whether it be his kids, his parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, whatever, is just about anybody in Eunice history. And there's a drive into right center field. Right fielder going to come running up and make a great catch. And so Serrano goes down on a fly out. You know, back-to-back well-hit balls for the Cardinals. Jones hit one over towards center, scooped up by the shortstop, and a rocket across there to get him. And now Serrano hits a well-hit ball into right center field, but a great running catch by the right fielder, and that'll bring up Misa Brito. Brito going to hit that one over towards shallow center, trying to get to it, and it's going to bounce off the turf, and so Brito will reach on the single. Young man singled his first trip to the plate, had an RBI single. In fact, both of his first 2 trips to the plate, so he's now got 3 singles here. Reminder, Swamp Fest tonight starts at 5 o'clock just out here behind the left field fence in Eunice. A lot of food, bouncy houses, a lot of things going on. Happy birthday shout out to Isla Wayne. That's what I call her. Isla Rain Jenkins, my granddaughter. It's coming up here in the next week. There's a well-hit ball by Cerna and a great play by the third baseman and just some great defense played that inning by the Falcons, and so down goes Cerna. So the Cardinals back-to-back scoreless innings after scoring 6 in the first, 4 in the second. They don't score in the third. They don't score in the fourth. We move to the fifth. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live in Eunice as Eunice is hosting the Loving Falcons. They lead, Eunice does, 10-3. Just noticed here where Ryan Davis, number 23, the catcher for this Loving team, was the prom king last night. So once again, a young man with ties to the Eunice community, so shout out to him and congratulations to him as Eunice now on the defensive here. Serrano's still on the hill for the Cardinals. And coming to the plate for Loving is, I believe it's Tarvin, the top of the lineup. Young man had a single his first at bat. He walked his last trip up there. One thing about this young man, when he gets on base, every time he has scored. So need to get the stopper here. As Serrano's on the hill, he gets that first pitch in there for strike one. The second pitch is just a bit outside, right down that outside edge for ball one. So 1 ball, 1 strike. No outs here. We're in the bottom of the fourth. I'm sorry, we are in the fifth. I'm losing it. Looking at the board, we are in the fifth. That ball's hit toward the gap. Zamora with a nice play of his own as Zamora says, hey, if Ansuarez can do it, I can too, as he scooped that one up over near second, slung it all the way across to first, and down goes Tarvin on the ground out. Great play there by Zamora, and that'll bring up Ansuarez. Ansuarez has had an RBI double every time he's been to the plate today. I had somebody asking me here, does Eunice still have the 4th of July celebration? And they do. And Ansuarez hits that one out to shallow center. And Coy comes across, makes that catch. And so a great catch out there in center field by Coy. So down goes Ansuarez on the fly out. And that'll bring up Leja. He had a walk and an RBI double his first 2 trips to the plate. So, yes, they do up there in Quapaw, Oklahoma. That's old Charlie. Always listening and watching. We appreciate you. And that first pitch is in there for strike one. They do still have the 4th of July celebration down at the city park, the parade, the city park, the turtle races, the sand pile dig, all of the different vendors. And there's a drive into left field, and coming up is a Don making a great catch out there in left field. And then he jumps around and does some ballerina type figurettes or whatever you call them as he spins around. And so a great catch out there. And that'll send us to the bottom of the fifth. The Cardinals with a 10-3 lead. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to us, Belia Leva. She's over in Carlsbad, always listening. We appreciate you. And tell Maddie I said hello. Hope you guys are well. Also, a shout out to Mr. Frankie Abolos. He is out there at Swamp Fest. It is this weekend. Says go Redbirds. So shout out to all of those folks. We appreciate you watching, listening. Everybody who makes these broadcasts possible, and all of our listeners. We appreciate you guys so much. And shout out to Rosendo and Charlie as they're off doing other duties this weekend. So shout out to them. Hope they have a great weekend. Shout out to my wife, as I know she was headed for Kermit, Texas, as our nieces are having a double birthday party down there. Billy Blevins also having a birthday party later today, so a shout out, happy birthday wishes to Billy Blevins, and one other shout out birthday wish goes to Eunice Pump and Supply and Miss Becky Nogelmeyer. Happy birthday, Miss Becky. Here comes the next pitch, or the first pitch in this inning to Zamora, is outside for ball one. Luis Zamora, he's hit the ball high into the air, both times up to the plate, so he's flown out twice. And he hits that one high into center. Center fielder trying to get under it. Going to get under it and make the catch. And so Zamora with 3 straight flyouts into outfield. And that'll bring up the 8th grader, Randy Gallegos. Gallegos with a ground out his first trip to the plate. And then a strikeout his last trip up there. He steps up there ready. 10-3 is your score. We're in the bottom of the 5th, I believe. My eyes are not very good. Don't have my glasses. May have to get them on here in a minute. Can't see. Getting old. It's rough. Had perfect vision until I was about 40, and then it just nosedived. I would hear talks of that kind of stuff, and I'd tell people, yeah, you just don't take care of yourself or whatever. Maybe that's it for me too. I don't know, but I guarantee you, up until about 40, I had better than 20/20 vision. I had eyes of the hawk. Not no more. So here comes that next pitch. It's on the outside corner, called a strike here, and a 1 ball, 2 strikes to Gallegos. 1 out in a 10-3 ball game. Bottom of the 5th. Gallegos steps back in there ready to go. Fierro on the hill. They're going to kick and fire that ball. It's hit high up over the first baseman. First baseman trying to get to it, and he does. He makes that catch right over in front of the first base dugout, and so down goes Gallegos on the flyout. I don't. Oh, you know what? I bet it's in this box. This box right here. She brought all that up in here that's inside that box earlier. Getting ready for our senior night stuff, and visiting with Miss Ginger McCaslin as she was trying to find some of the senior forms, and Morales going to make it to first on the overthrow as he gets on base, and so Morales doing a good job there. Is I'll show him as a single, probably an error, but that'll be all right. And so now Mr. Jose Calvillo will come to the plate with 2 outs and a runner on first in Morales. Can Calvillo deliver, the senior? He's usually like UPS or FedEx or even like Miss Tanya White. She used to deliver some papers. Shout out to her and her family. Always thinking about them. Miss Leonard White, or Mr. Leonard White, trying to recover over there. Getting better every day. We're thinking about you as well, Leonard Skinner. Hope you're well. Big lead over there for Morales with Calvillo at the plate. They haven't thrown to Calvillo once yet, but as far as at this at bat, but they've thrown over there to Morales 2 or 3 times to try to keep him on first. Fierro keeps looking back over there at Morales. Morales is going this time. They throw out, throw it down, and he's in there safe as Morales is going to steal second. And so now a runner in scoring position. It'd be nice if we get a little rally going right here and put about 3 runs on the board and end this game right here. A 2-out rally would be nice. We've had several of those throughout the year. Calvillo at the plate. Runner now Morales on second with a big lead, and that pitch is going to be outside for ball 2. So 2-0 here to Calvillo. Calvillo, the left-handed senior, steps back up there. Here comes the pitch from Fierro. Morales is going to go. They throw it his way. That ball goes off his shoe, rolls back over. May have hit him in the ankle. Morales been getting banged up a little bit today as he now steals third. So Morales is, yeah, he's going to sit down. I think that ball hit him like on the leg or the foot, and he's hobbling. Yeah, they're going to bring out a courtesy runner for him. So Morales is going to walk off the field, and coming out is Haciel. Hasi's going to come out and finish the running duties for Morales after he stole second, stole third. And as he was sliding into third, the throw down looked like it hit him right on the side of the foot or the ankle. And so now Hasi stands on third with Calvillo at the plate with a smile on his face. So Calvillo steps in there ready to go. It's a 3-0 count. Here comes the pitch to Calvillo, and he thought about it, and they're going to walk him. So Calvillo had a double his first at bat. They walked him intentionally his second at bat. They walked him in 4 pitches his third at bat. They walked him in 4 pitches his fourth at bat. And so Calvillo just, when he does get pitched to, they don't throw him much he can swing at. And so heading over to first, trying to see the number. I think that's going to be a Melanson, possibly. Trying to see the number, but I believe that's going to be Isaac Melanson, another 8th grader. Man, there's a bunch of 8th graders in this group. So runners on the corners, and the man, Tyson Coy, comes to the plate. He had an RBI single, and a deep fly out his last trip to the plate. He represents the end of this game. If he could come around, this game could be over. And they faked the throw over to second. And so stealing is Melanson as he now stands on second. Second and third are your runners. Once again, Tyson Coy at the plate represents the end of this game. If we could get him around with 2 outs here, this game would end in this inning. 1 ball, 1 strike here to Coy with 2 outs. It's a 10-3 ball game. Coy back in there. Fierro on the hill. He's going to rock and fire this one toward home. Here comes. And they call that one a strike. And Coy steps back and didn't say anything, but I was thinking it for him as I was like, man, that's a foot outside it looked like to me. But 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Coy. 2 outs. Fierro taking his time this time. He's going to kick, fire it toward home. And Coy thought about it. That ball was high and inside for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We got a little rock boogie, oogie, oogie, oogie. Woo, 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 woo. Heath Dean, he's in the house. Jared Gladden, here comes the pitch. And that ball's high for ball 3. So now we got a full count here to Coy. It's hard to sing when you don't have your backup singers with you. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. It's a 10-3 game. Winning run at the plate. And that ball's high for ball 4. Coy and the rock boogie oogie head over to first base. As Coy with the walk. And Tyson Jones comes to the plate. Young man has hit the ball well all day, but he's hit it right at people. Tyson Jones, can you get it done? He's got the little fluorescent booty thing on his right foot. The left-handed Jones with the bases juiced. 2 outs. Can you dig it? And that one is outside for ball 1. Jones, number 13. Redbird Garage in his back pocket. The bases loaded. 2 outs. Here comes the pitch. That one's inside for ball 2. 2-0 to Jones. Fierro back on the hill ready. He's already going. Jones, can you dig it? Here's the pitch. And that one gets away, trying to get to home plate, coming through his Hussey. And he slides under, and they're going to give him the score. The loving faithful not liking it. It was close. Whew. It was a close one as Hussiel's going to score. And that makes it 11-3. So the winning run now stands on second base. 3-0 to Tyson Jones. On deck is Serrano. Here comes the pitch, and they're going to call that one a strike on the inside edge. Looked low and inside to me, called strike. 3 balls, 1 strike to Jones. Jones got the family here watching him. Boy, I've seen about every aunt, uncle, family member there here. That one's outside, and Jones heads to first. Tyson Jones with the walk, and that'll bring your pitcher for the Cardinals here to the plate. Andres Serrano. He got hit by a pitch his first trip to the plate. His second trip to the plate, he was hit by a pitch, and then he had a deep fly out his last trip up. Serrano could save his arm some work on the mound right here. A single into outfield would likely end this game in the 10-run rule. The bottom of the 5th, it's 11-3, 2 outs. Here comes the first pitch. It's hit right back to the pitcher, and that'll get Loving out of the inning and keep this game moving as Serrano goes down on the ground out. As we move to the 6th, move like the cows out there in the pasture. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Eunice Public Schools empower students to soar by providing exceptional educational experiences in a safe and nurturing environment. The entire Eunice community comes together to champion sports and academics, fostering a spirit of collaboration and friendly competition. Eunice is a vibrant small town with a strong sense of community and academic excellence where everyone thrives. Eunice Public Schools, prioritizing student success, cultivating meaningful relationships, and striving for academic excellence to transform lives and unlock limitless potential.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports. Frankie tells me he is actually headed to Wicket. I don't know where that's at. And I know where most places are, but I don't have any idea where Wicket is. So wish you the best. Safe travels. Wear your seatbelt. It's crazy out there for sure. So the Cardinals with an 11-3 lead here. Need to get a stop, score a couple of runs in this next one, or in this inning. We're moving into the bottom of the 6th. Cardinals trying to end this game in a run rule. I would be interested, I am interested in seeing who the Cardinals put on the mound for the second game of the doubleheader. Definitely an interesting choice for Coach Almaguer and his staff. Got the hiccups all of a sudden, and so stepping up to the plate, I believe, man, I don't know why, is that Granger? I'm trying to see the number. No, it's Bunch. So Bunch is up to the plate. He had a fly out and a ground out, and then I think somewhere in between there he ended up on base. But oh, I know it. He hit into a fielder's choice. There's a drive into left center field. He hit that one deep, and it is out of here as Bunch drives one out of here. I didn't think it was going to make it, but he proved me wrong for sure as Bunch hit it a bunch. In fact, he hit it a ton right into left center field, and it just kept hanging and flies over the fence. And Bunch with the home run. What a shot by Bunch. The loving faithful come to life as they got rowdy on that one, and I don't blame them. A well-hit ball by Bunch. It came off the bat, kind of soared into the air and looked like it was just going to hang up there for a second, but it kept going and going like the Energizer Bunny, and he knocks it out of the park. So Bunch with a one-run shot makes it 11-4, and that'll bring up number 6, Granger. As Granger steps up there, here comes the pitch, and that one's low and outside for ball 1. Serrano trying to finish this off with a complete game. Still leads 11-4. And there's a ball, that was a strike. Strike on the outside corner. And so we got a 1-ball, 1 strike here. We're in the 6th inning. This is the top of the 6th. Big breaking ball that comes back in there. And I guarantee you, Granger didn't like that one. He turned around and said a few things to the umpire, kind of smiling, but I'm sure it was because he didn't like the call. Big breaking ball came back in, landed right in the right spot in the catcher's glove. Did look a little high when it came across home plate, but it'll work. It's for us, so we'll take it. So 2 balls, 2 strikes here to Granger. Young man struck out his first at bat. He had a fly ball. Got out his second at bat, and this is his 3rd trip to the plate. Here comes the pitch. That one's outside. So we got a full count here. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Granger. Serrano, throw him one up there, right down the middle, and see what he can do with it. Give your defense a chance to work for you. Here comes the pitch. And that one's outside for ball 4. So Granger earns the walk, and that'll bring up Fierro. Fierro flew out both trips to the plate, and here comes Coach Tyler Almaguer with an 11-4 lead. The whole team's walking toward the mound. We'll take a brief break. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Eunice Public Schools empower students to soar by providing exceptional educational experiences in a safe and nurturing environment. The entire Eunice community comes together to champion sports and academics, fostering a spirit of collaboration and friendly competition. Eunice is a vibrant small town with a strong sense of community and academic excellence where everyone thrives. Eunice Public Schools, prioritizing student success, cultivating meaningful relationships, and striving for academic excellence to transform lives and unlock limitless potential.
Pitcher for the Cardinals heading onto the mound is Zamora. And so Zamora will step up there. Looks like we put Cerna, I believe. I can't tell. Serrano or Cerna. One of them's on third. One of them's at short. Anyway, that was the move that we made. And there's a drive into left field. It's way back off the wall. That was a nice shot there. as Fierro hits that one into the wall on the first pitch from Zamora. So a single by that young man will bring up Ryan Davis, the prom king. He is the loving prom king from last night. Congratulations to him. The young man has a strikeout and a single his last at bat. And so here comes the first pitch. It's right down the middle for strike one. So 0-1 here to Davis. Runners on first and second. 11-4 is your score. We're in the top of the sixth. And there's a drive high up over the shortstop. Shortstop going to get under it and make the catch. And that is Cerna who's moved over. So Davis goes down on the fly out. Little infield fly out towards second base. And that'll bring up Leyva. So one out here. Top of the sixth inning, 11-4 is your score, and coming to the plate is Leyva. He struck out his first at bat, had a pop fly out his second at bat, and so now he steps in there ready to go with runners on first and second, takes the first pitch down the outside part of the plate for strike one. Young man, his first couple of trips to the plate squared around a bunt nearly every pitch. Even after he had 2 strikes, he was still squaring around a bunt. And he takes that one down the outside edge for strike 2. So 2 straight pitches, 2 straight outside corner pitches. It's 0-2 here as Zamora is on the hill. Luis Zamora. That one's a little bit inside for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Zamora. Runners on first and second, top of the sixth. 11-4 is your score. And now after 2 straight strikes, now we got 2 straight balls. So 2-2 is the count. Zamora, Luis Zamora, pitching to Leyva from Loving. Eunice and Loving both wearing the red jerseys, white pants, red and white hats. That ball's hit foul right back toward me into the netting. Now it bounces around behind the umpire. Beautiful day here so far. Once again, in the mid to upper 70s now. Very little wind, just kind of a little breeze. And that ball's hit high up behind the catcher. Catcher trying to get to it, and Morales does. And a good catch there by Morales as down goes Granger on the flyout. No, I'm sorry, that was Fierro, right? Yeah, that was Fierro. I'm all messed up. That wasn't Fierro. That's Leyva. Losing it. It's Leyva. All right, and that'll bring up the DH, Munoz. He had a fly out and a ground out. He's got runners on first and second with 2 outs here. That ball's down that outside corner. Must have been low for ball 1. Once again, this is game 1 of our doubleheader. They're doing the senior night in between games, or senior day, I guess. That ball's hit off the knuckles foul, and it's going to hang up in the netting. And just as I said that, it bounces right back off the netting and rolls back down onto the field. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, and that ball's down the middle, and the batter thought it was high. He took a couple of big, deep breaths and looked back at the umpire like, you got to be kidding me. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, and that ball's low and outside. This is Munoz at the plate. Once again, not running the score bug, the score app that allows you guys to see the score and the count back home. You have to do that on an app on your phone. It just felt like I had too many things going on today to pull it off, and that ball foul tip for keep him alive, to keep Munoz alive. He already had 2 strikes, so that foul ball just keeps him alive. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs to Loving and Munoz. Runners on first and second. 11-4 is your score. Zamora. They hit that one into shallow right field, coming up, making the scoop. They're going to turn them and send them. They're going to fire it this way, and they throw it into the netting. Going to be close. Oh, they don't throw it over toward third. It would have been close on the throw, but Loving is going to score a run, and that makes it 11-5. And so 2 outs, 11-5 is your score. And coming to the plate is number 7. That is the top of the lineup. As Tarvin, he's had a single, a walk, and a ground out. And he's got a runner standing on third, trying to cut into this Cardinal lead even more. You know, one thing you can always say about Loving, whether it's baseball, softball, those summer, late spring, whatever you want to call them, sports, Loving is always competitive in baseball and softball every year. Every year. Zamora kicks and fires. That ball is low and outside for ball. So 3-0 here to Tarvin. I think a lot of those kids play in those programs and leagues when they're growing up over in Carlsbad, and then it feeds that Loving program, either with kids moving from Carlsbad over there, or those Loving kids just getting that experience, or a little of both probably. And that ball's right down the middle for a strike. So 3-1 to Tarvin. As Zamora trying to battle back into this batter here as he's behind 3-1 now. And that one's in there for strike 2, and Tarvin didn't like that call. So we got a full count here. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Zamora trying to get Tarvin. Tarvin been looking for the walk. Let's see what he does here on this pitch. Here comes the pitch. It's down the middle. Hit foul right back at me. Goes right up over the top of the netting. Rolls right over the top of my head and off behind us into the parking lot. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here to Tarvin. Zamora. Here comes the pitch. It's right down the middle. It's hit into center. It's trouble. It's going to get over the center fielder's head. Goes all the way to the wall. 1 run's going to score. Munoz trying to make the turn. They're going to hold him up at third. And a nice shot by Tarvin as he ends up with an RBI double. And that'll bring Tristan Anzuarez to the plate. Loving trying to get back into this thing here late. They scored 3 runs in the 6th. It's an 11-6 ball game. We were 1 hit away from ending this game last inning. And now clawing back into this as the Falcons. Peacock, peacock. That's my Falcon call as they're trying to get themselves back into this ball game. Tristan Anzuarez, he had an RBI double, and a fly out into the outfield his last trip to the plate. Back up there ready, and he almost got hit. He was bobbing and weaving on that one. Looked like a boxer. Looked like Mayweather, ducking punches, running around the ring. Yes, I don't know how he didn't get hit there, but he didn't. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. 6-11 is your score. Eunice leads. We're in the 6th inning. Here comes the pitch. It's right down the middle for a strike. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs here. Just need 1 good pitch here from Zamora. Here comes the pitch. It's hit high up above first base. Jose Calvillo there, going to make the catch, and that'll get the Cardinals out of the 6th. As we move to the bottom of the 6th, the score, Eunice 11, Loving 6. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Eunice Wrecker and Rental offers professional and reliable 24-hour roadside services in Lee County. Light to medium-duty towing and recovery, fuel delivery, jump starts, lockouts, and tire changes. Eunice Wrecker will also haul off those unwanted vehicles to clean up your property. Eunice Wrecker, over 20 years of experience and fully licensed and insured. Call Eunice Wrecker 575-394-HOOK, 394-4665. Eunice Wrecker and Rental currently hiring Class A CDL and regular drivers for the wrecking yard. Eunice Wrecker, 44 North New Mexico Highway 248, Eunice, New Mexico, MM1.
Guns Up Services is a proud supporter of their Eunice community and their Eunice Cardinals. Guns Up Services has been in business almost 14 years and is family owned and operated, located at 2105 Avenue O in Eunice. They're your trusted vacuum truck, winch truck, frac tanks, rental equipment, and dirt work provider. Guns Up Services in Eunice wants to cheer on number 9 Elijah and number 15 Maddox, wishing them good luck this sports season. Guns Up Services, another proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports. Here live in Eunice as the Eunice Cardinals are hosting the number 5 ranked team in the state of New Mexico and the team that is tied with Eunice for the lead in District 4-2A this year, the Loving Falcons. Eunice is number 1, Loving number 5, both tied atop District 4-2A, and coming to the plate will be the 8th grader Misa Brito. Brito steps into that left-handed batter's box, and that first pitch is low and outside for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes here, no outs. And the Cardinals with a 11-6 lead, trying to finish this thing off. They were 1 hit away in the last inning from ending it early. Weren't able to finish it off, and then the Falcons put 3 runs on the board here in this inning. So it's an 11-6 ball game. 3 straight pitches, 3 straight balls to Misa Brito as Fierro is trying to get it going here in the 6th. He's pitched the whole game up to this point, and that one's right down the middle for a strike. So Brito with back-to-back RBI singles and then a single, his last regular single, his last trip to the plate. So 3 singles for Brito as he earns the walk here. And that'll bring up Bubba Cerna. Cerna with a grand slam homer, an RBI deep fly out, and then a ground out his last trip to the plate. So he's got Brito standing on first. Coach Tyler Almaguer stepping down here, giving some instruction on what they're going to do. And now he strolls back over into his batter's box. Here comes that first pitch. It's low and outside. Looked like they were kind of trying to, although it looked like a breaking ball, it almost looked like a pitch out. So runner on first is the 8th grader Brito. He's got a pretty good lead. They throw back over his way. It's like you could see it coming with that lead. They were eyeballing him. Brito going to step off first again after the throwback to the pitcher. He's slowly sliding out there with his lead. And here comes the pitch. That ball's hit high up over first base as Cerna is going to go down on the fly out. He got under that one and hit it straight up into the air. And that'll bring up Luis Zamora. So Zamora with a runner on first. 11-6 ball game, bottom of the 6th inning and 1 out. Going to step up there ready. Fierro takes a look over at first base. Now he's going to pitch it. Throws it down the middle. The throw out is going to go way out into center field, and Brito is easily into second with the stolen base. Once again, reminder, the Eunice Masonic Pancake Breakfast next Saturday morning at the Eunice Masonic Lodge there on North Main Street, kind of by Redbird Garage. Get out there, support a great cause. Also this afternoon, evening, right out here just over left field's fence is going to be Swamp Fest. The annual event raises money as well for a great cause. Get out there and get you some great food. They've got the jumper houses or bouncy houses or whatever you call them going out there as well. Starts at 5 o'clock. That's Swamp Fest, 5 o'clock, just over the left field fence here at Cardinal Field. And it looks like we're going to have a pitching change from Loving here as they've made a change. And so we'll have a little pitching change. What else? Trying to think of some of the other things going on. I mentioned Becky Nogelmeyer's birthday, Eunice Pump and Supply. Shout out to her. We appreciate her. Billy Blevins, Eunice Cardinal athlete last year, a pitcher on this baseball team. Did a lot of great things here in Eunice in his career. Recently graduated with all of the possible oil field certifications you can get through that New Mexico Junior College program out there. It's his birthday party today, so shout out to him. My nieces over in Kermit, their birthday's going on today. My wife is down there. Shout out to them. Trying to think of other things going on that I'm probably missing. Great turnout last week at the Sean Berry Memorial Scholarship dance, auction, cook-off, cornhole tournament, all of that. Boy, I got to go out there and judge some meat, and it was amazing. Great cooking was happening for sure. And so coming to the plate now after the pitcher change is, well, he was there, it looks like, before the pitcher change, but is Zamora. And so it shows 0-1 is the count already to Zamora. Runner on second is Brito. Here comes the pitch, and that one's high for ball one. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here to Zamora. Ryan Davis behind the plate for the Falcons, a former Eunice Cardinal. Here comes the pitch. That ball's hit. It's a chopper toward third. It's going to get past him, gets into the outfield. They're going to hold the runner up as Brito's holding him up. Coach Tyler Almaguer was hopping. He was bouncing. He was wanting to send him, but he ended up holding him up. And so Zamora with the single now stands on first. So you've got Zamora on first, Brito on third. So runners on the corners, and coming to the plate will be the 8th grader, another one, Randy Gallegos. 1 out. There goes the runner. They don't throw for him, so Zamora easily steals second. He was stealing easier than some of these people around here steal out in the oil field. 11-6. That ball is high for ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out to Gallegos. Gallegos with runners on second and third. Here comes the pitch. It's hit toward right center field. The center fielder made a heck of a catch. Runner's going to tag, and he's going to get there easily. And so Gallegos with an RBI fly out to center. And that'll bring us to the top of the lineup with Isaac Morales. He had a single. He got hit by a pitch. He had a fly out, and then he had another single. And he steps up there ready with a runner on third. It's now 12-6 is your score. 12-6. And that ball's hit hard into right center field. It's way back. It could be, and it's out of here. Isaac Morales has driven one out there to Swamp Fest. He says, hey, I heard there's things going on out here. I want to get involved in the activities. Swamp Fest at 5. Isaac Morales joins a little early as it's 1:20. He's way early, but he drives one into Swamp Fest. Isaac Morales with a 2-run shot. What a shot by Isaac Morales. And the Cardinals extend this lead 13-6 with 1 out. And that'll bring the big man up, Jose Calvillo. Calvillo steps to the plate with 1 out. Score now shows 14-6. Cardinals with 2 more runs could end this thing right here and not have to go that extra inning. Calvillo takes that first one for strike 1. So 0-1 to Jose Calvillo. Here comes the pitch. Swing, a big, big swing. As Calvillo is like, hey, man, all these small fellas knocking it out of the park. I got to get me one. And he reared back and swung at that one. So 0-2 to Calvillo. He's back up there ready. Here comes the pitch, and he's going to hit that into left center field, and that'll be a single for Calvillo. Jose Calvillo with the single, and that brings up Tyson Coy. RBI single, RBI single. Fly ball on the out, and a walk for Tyson Coy, and he represents the winning run. A shot here by Coy, and this game would end right here in this inning, and Coy can do it with one swipe of the bat, and he takes that first pitch. He didn't like the call. He thought it was high for strike number 1. 0-1 to Coy. Calvillo on first. Rocking and rolling. Here comes the pitch. That ball swung on and missed for strike 2. This is Fierro that has got on the hill for Loving. I think Fierro was the pitcher in that game 2 over there in Loving the last time that gave us some fits. So Fierro on the hill. 14-6 is your score. There goes the runner. That's Calvillo. And Coy with a swing and a miss, and down he goes. And that'll end the 6th and move us to the 7th. The Cardinals with a 14-6 lead. They scored 3 in the 6th. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live in Eunice. As your Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Loving Falcons, the Cardinals lead 14-6. Here as we move into the final inning, or what could or should be the final inning, they lead 14-6, an 8-run lead for the Cardinals. And on the hill still is Zamora for Eunice. He came in that last inning after 5.5, I believe, from Serrano. And so, anyway, the Cardinals trying to go ahead and finish this game 1 off. Reminder, in between games, we'll have senior night, and then we will have game 2 of our doubleheader. Had a couple of people messaging asking about Chloe. You know, the knee it's looking a lot better. The junior college has got a really good training staff, training program over there. They've won all kinds of awards. They do a really good job. They've got some really high-level equipment. The head trainer stays in contact with her surgeon. Every day almost they tell her different things to do. It's amazing the different level of pre-therapy, pre-surgery therapy things that they do at that level. Just a really neat program over there. They've got her over there pretty much every day doing different exercises and going through different types of therapy and whatnot. Heath Dean headed down with the grandbaby. That first pitch is hit foul. Up at the plate is Leja. He had a walk, an RBI double, and a pop fly out his last at bat. And so 0-1 here to Leja. Here comes the pitch, and that one's low and outside for ball number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs here. We're in the 7th inning. This is the top of the 7th. Zamora on the hill for the Cardinals on a beautiful Saturday. And that pitch is high for ball 2. So 2-1 here to Leja. That pitch is close as Morales tried to frame it up there for Zamora. They didn't give him the call. So 3 balls and a strike, 3-1. Zamora back on the hill ready. He's going to kick, fire toward home. Ooh, and that one almost hit him. And he's going to earn the walk as Leja earns his second walk of this ball game. And so that'll bring up Bunch. Young man hit a home run his last trip to the plate, and now he's got a runner on first. Bunch leads this team in a lot of the hitting categories, and they throw that pitch behind Bunch. And that was a bunch behind him. So 1 ball, no strikes. Swamp Fest happening today, 5 o'clock. Get out there, support a great cause. That pitch is on that outside corner for a strike. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Bunch. The loving faithful thought that was a bunch of bull right there. They didn't like that call. I liked it. 1 ball, 1 strike. That pitch is high for ball 2. So 2-1 to Bunch. Luis Zamora on the hill. It's a 14-6 game. We're in the top of the 7th. No outs. Loving at the plate. The Cardinals can get a few outs here. This would be over. We would move into our senior night or senior day festivities, which will be going on between these games, recognizing the Eunice Cardinal seniors here in Eunice. That ball's hit high up over third base. It's going to be in foul territory, and getting over there is Serrano making the catch. And so down goes Bunch on the flyout. That'll bring up Granger. Update from the station, top of the 2nd, game number 1 of a doubleheader. Jal versus Texaco. Texaco 5, Jal 0. Thank you, Evie, and those back at the station for the update. That first pitch is hit foul. So this is Granger who's up to bat. He had a strikeout, a flyout, and a walk in his 3 trips to the plate today. So runner on first, 1 out, and there's a drive into right center field. It's way back there, and making the catch is a Don Baeza on the run over his shoulder. He brought it in and then fired it back in to hold the runner. What a catch out there by Adon. I believe that's Adon anyway. Yes, I think it is. So Adon with a great catch out there. And so that'll bring up, trying to look, I believe Fierro, the pitcher right now for the Falcons. He steps up there ready to go. Runner on first. Here comes the pitch. It's right on that outside corner for strike number 1. So 14-6 is your score. 2 outs. We're in the 7th inning. 1 out away from ending this thing. Here comes the pitch from Zamora. Swing and a miss for strike 2. So 0-2 to Fierro. He had a pop fly his first 2 at-bats for outs. He singled his last trip to the plate. Zamora wasting no time. Kicks and fires. It gets hit into left field. A nice piece of hitting there by Fierro as he adds a single to his list of accomplishments here today, and that'll bring up Ryan Davis. The young man with Eunice ties, the prom king from last night, steps to the plate with runners on first and second. He struck out his first at bat. He had a single his last at bat, and then a pop fly out his last trip up there, and he takes ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Here in the 7th inning, 14-6 is your score with 2 outs. Runners on first and second with Davis. Zamora on the hill for the Cardinals. Kicks and fires right down the outside corner for a strike. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Reminder, Swamp Fest tonight, just out there in left field, right out there about where Cerna hit it earlier today. Here comes the pitch, swung on and missed. Big swing and a miss by Davis. One pitch away from senior day instead of night. Here comes the pitch from Zamora. Swing and a miss, and down he goes. Down goes Davis, and Zamora gets the save here. The Cardinals are going to lead 14-6. They win game one, 14-6. Eunice wins game one. They take over sole first place possession of District 4 2A. The number 1 ranked team in the state defeats the number 5 ranked team in the state in game number 1. We're going to take a little break. We'll have senior night here in a minute. Not sure how you'll probably be able to see it. Not sure you'll be able to hear it. But anyway, you're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006, delivers exceptional transport, pump truck, vacuum truck, and disposal services. Their commitment extends beyond business to supporting Lee County sports and academics. Parker Energy wants to empower young adults to succeed in sports, scholastics, and personal growth. Parker Energy, located at 2350 Avenue O in Eunice, proudly backs Lee County athletics. Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006, delivers exceptional transport, pump truck, vacuum truck, and disposal services. Their commitment extends beyond business to supporting Lee County sports and academics. Parker Energy wants to empower young adults to succeed in sports, scholastics, and personal growth. Parker Energy, located at 2350 Avenue O in Eunice, proudly backs Lee County athletics. BTH Services and Rentals, LLC is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. They wish all the young athletes an incredible basketball season and send a special shout out to the class of 2025 seniors. Congratulations on this milestone. Go Big Red! BTH Services and Rentals, proud supporters of all Lee County athletics and academics. Did you know that Cardinal Hardware isn't just your ordinary hardware store? They're your one-stop destination for all your hardware needs. As the sole hardware store in town, they take pride in being locally owned and operated, serving the community with dedication and care. Cardinal Hardware is fully stocked with all the essentials you need, ensuring you can find everything you're looking for right in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lee County sports and academics.
Bart Parker, owner of Redbird LP Gas Company, and his employees are proud of the Eunice Cardinals. Bart, class of 1971, state champions of both basketball and baseball, support the kids in their academics and athletics. And they realize balancing both is challenging, and they appreciate the Cardinals' determination. Redbird knows the Eunice Cardinals have worked really hard to get where they're at, and they're cheering them on all the way. Supporting the Eunice Cardinals, Redbird LP Gas Company. Eunice is a beacon of community spirit where everyone knows your name and looks out for one another. It's an idyllic haven to raise a family with top-notch schools, a vibrant community, and thrives on sports and academics, and has an unbeatable low cost of living. Want to tap into the heartbeat of Eunice? Google cityofunis.org to unlock a treasure trove of community events, business listings, city maps, and so much more. Experience the magic of small-town living where everyone is welcomed with open arms. The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Eunice Public Schools empower students to soar by providing exceptional educational experiences in a safe and nurturing environment. The entire Eunice community comes together to champion sports and academics, fostering a spirit of collaboration and friendly competition. Eunice is a vibrant small town with a strong sense of community and academic excellence where everyone thrives. Eunice Public Schools, prioritizing student success, cultivating meaningful relationships, and striving for academic excellence to transform lives and unlock limitless potential. Eunice Wrecker and Rental offers professional and reliable 24-hour roadside services in Lee County. Light to medium duty towing and recovery, fuel delivery, jump starts, lockouts, and tire changes. Eunice Wrecker will also haul off those unwanted vehicles to clean up your property. Eunice Wrecker, over 20 years of experience and fully licensed and insured. Call Eunice Wrecker 575-394-HOOK, 394-4665. Eunice Wrecker and Rental currently hiring Class A CDL and regular drivers for the wrecking yard. Eunice Wrecker, 44 North New Mexico Highway 248, Eunice, New Mexico, MM1. Eunice Wrecker and Rental offers professional and reliable 24-hour roadside services in Lee County. Light to medium duty towing and recovery, fuel delivery, jump starts, lockouts, and tire changes. Eunice Wrecker will also haul off those unwanted vehicles to clean up your property. Eunice Wrecker, over 20 years of experience and fully licensed and insured. Call Eunice Wrecker 575-394-HOOK, 394-4665. Eunice Wrecker and Rental currently hiring Class A CDL and regular drivers for the wrecking yard. Eunice Wrecker, 44 North New Mexico Highway 248, Eunice, New Mexico, MM1.
Guns Up Services is a proud supporter of their Eunice community and their Eunice Cardinals. Guns Up Services has been in business almost 14 years and is family owned and operated, located at 2105 Avenue O in Eunice. They're your trusted vacuum truck, winch truck, frac tanks, rental equipment, and dirt work provider. Guns Up Services in Eunice wants to cheer on number 9 Elijah and number 15 Maddox, wishing them good luck this sports season. Guns Up Services, another proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006, delivers exceptional transport, pump truck, vacuum truck, and disposal services. Their commitment extends beyond business to supporting Lee County sports and academics. Parker Energy wants to empower young adults to succeed in sports, scholastics, and personal growth. Parker Energy, located at 2350 Avenue O in Eunice, proudly backs Lee County athletics.
Redbird Garage is your hometown local mechanic shop specializing in minor and major repairs from oil changes, car washes, brake work, AC repair, and so much more. For more information, call 575-394-8828. Call 575-394-8828. Redbird Garage, 1800 North Main Street is your hometown mechanic shop, committed to always doing what's right for you and your vehicle. Redbird Garage is a proud supporter of Lee County athletics and academics.
BTH Services and Rentals, LLC is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. They wish all the young athletes an incredible basketball season and send a special shout out to the class of 2025 seniors. Congratulations on this milestone. Go Big Red! BTH Services and Rentals, proud supporters of all Lee County athletics and academics. Did you know that Cardinal Hardware isn't just your ordinary hardware store? They're your one-stop destination for all your hardware needs. As the sole hardware store in town, they take pride in being locally owned and operated, serving the community with dedication and care. Cardinal Hardware is fully stocked with all the essentials you need, ensuring you can find everything you're looking for right in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lee County sports and academics.
Bart Parker, owner of Redbird LP Gas Company, and his employees are proud of the Eunice Cardinals. Bart, class of 1971, state champions of both basketball and baseball, support the kids in their academics and athletics. And they realize balancing both is challenging, and they appreciate the Cardinals' determination. Redbird knows the Eunice Cardinals have worked really hard to get where they're at, and they're cheering them on all the way. Supporting the Eunice Cardinals, Redbird LP Gas Company. Eunice is a beacon of community spirit where everyone knows your name and looks out for one another. It's an idyllic haven to raise a family with top-notch schools, a vibrant community, and thrives on sports and academics, and has an unbeatable low cost of living. Want to tap into the heartbeat of Eunice? Google cityofunis.org to unlock a treasure trove of community events, business listings, city maps, and so much more. Experience the magic of small-town living where everyone is welcomed with open arms. The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Eunice Public Schools empower students to soar by providing exceptional educational experiences in a safe and nurturing environment. The entire Eunice community comes together to champion sports and academics, fostering a spirit of collaboration and friendly competition. Eunice is a vibrant small town with a strong sense of community and academic excellence where everyone thrives. Eunice Public Schools, prioritizing student success, cultivating meaningful relationships, and striving for academic excellence to transform lives and unlock limitless potential. Eunice Wrecker and Rental offers professional and reliable 24-hour roadside services in Lee County. Light to medium duty towing and recovery, fuel delivery, jump starts, lockouts, and tire changes. Eunice Wrecker will also haul off those unwanted vehicles to clean up your property. Eunice Wrecker, over 20 years of experience and fully licensed and insured. Call Eunice Wrecker 575-394-HOOK, 394-4665. Eunice Wrecker and Rental currently hiring Class A CDL and regular drivers for the wrecking yard. Eunice Wrecker, 44 North New Mexico Highway 248, Eunice, New Mexico, MM1.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. Here live from Eunice as the Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Loving Falcons. This is a doubleheader, and we are getting ready to get started with game number 2 as your Eunice Cardinals won the first game 14-6. That gives the Eunice Cardinals the overall number 1 spot in first place in District 4 2A, as both teams had entered today with a 7-1 district record. Now the Cardinals improved to 8-1, and the Loving Falcons drop to 6-2. So if Eunice can win game 2 of this matchup here today, a second game of our doubleheader, they would hold on to that number 1 spot in the district seedings or rankings. If Loving could win this game number 2, it would bring us back to a tie as we near the end of the season. So once again for Eunice, the big win there, 14-6. Getting the win in the last game was Andre Serrano. Serrano ended up with 4 strikeouts. He had what I believe was about 5.5 innings pitched, 5 1/3 innings pitched. And then coming in for the save was Zamora. He pitched the last inning in 2/3 and got the save. Over on the other side for Loving, the pitcher that picked up the L was it Fierro? I think it was Fierro. No, that's not right. Yeah, that is right. So Fierro with the loss in that last game. And so anyway, We have the both umpires and Coach Almaguer standing out at home plate. I think they're just waiting on the coaching staff for Loving to come over so that we can get this game underway. So anyway, we'll send it over for a word from our sponsors. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Eunice Wrecker and Rental offers professional and reliable 24-hour roadside services in Lee County. Light to medium duty towing and recovery, fuel delivery, jump starts, lockouts, and tire changes. Eunice Wrecker will also haul off those unwanted vehicles to clean up your property. Eunice Wrecker, over 20 years of experience and fully licensed and insured. Call Eunice Wrecker 575-394-HOOK, 394-4665. Eunice Wrecker and Rental currently hiring Class A CDL and regular drivers for the wrecking yard. Eunice Wrecker, 44 North New Mexico Highway 248, Eunice, New Mexico, MM1.
Did you know that Cardinal Hardware isn't just your ordinary hardware store? They're your one-stop destination for all your hardware needs. As the sole hardware store in town, they take pride in being locally owned and operated, serving the community with dedication and care. Cardinal Hardware is fully stocked with all the essentials you need, ensuring you can find everything you're looking for right in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lee County sports and academics.
Bart Parker, owner of Redbird LP Gas Company, and his employees are proud of the Eunice Cardinals. Bart, class of 1971, state champions of both basketball and baseball, support the kids in their academics and athletics. And they realize balancing both is challenging, and they appreciate the Cardinals' determination. Redbird knows the Eunice Cardinals have worked really hard to get where they're at, and they're cheering them on all the way. Supporting the Eunice Cardinals, Redbird LP Gas Company. Eunice is a beacon of community spirit where everyone knows your name and looks out for one another. It's an idyllic haven to raise a family with top-notch schools, a vibrant community, and thrives on sports and academics, and has an unbeatable low cost of living. Want to tap into the heartbeat of Eunice? Google cityofunis.org to unlock a treasure trove of community events, business listings, city maps, and so much more. Experience the magic of small-town living where everyone is welcomed with open arms. The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. And coming out of our commercial break there, Bubba Cerna, who's on the mound here in game number 2, hits Tarvin right between the shoulder blades. That'll wake him up for sure as Tarvin gets hit by a pitch. And so he will head down to first base. And Ansuarez, I'm assuming, will be up next. Yeah, that is number 10 on Suarez. And so that first pitch is low for ball 1. I am going to try here. I was slipping on my duties during the break and don't have all of my rosters filled out, so I'm going to get them on the fly here as on Suarez fouls that one off. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. For those of you that are tuning in that missed our first game, I'm by myself today, so I'm not running the Score Bug app on the system, so you won't see the score and the count on your page. It won't be on the window, and that ball's driven. Might get into right. It is going to get into right, and making the turn and headed over. And the runners are both going to advance, and so now we end up with runners on second and third. Still here with no outs. As we've got a injured Loving Falcon player. That throw from right field into third looked like it hit the Loving player as they were trying to slide into third. And so trying to see, it looks like Tarvin is still down over there. That's Tarvin that's down on third base as he's sitting down over the base. He finally did pop up there. Definitely don't wish for anyone to be hurt for sure. As he's going to walk around out there into left field for a while. We'll see what happens there. Once again, the Cardinals with the big win in Game 1 of our doubleheader. Reminder, tonight, starting at 5 o'clock, you've got Swamp Fest happening just over the left field fence out here. They've got the bouncy houses, lots of food, lots of different things going on out there for a great cause. Next Saturday, the Eunice Masonic Lodge Pancake Breakfast be happening there on North Main Street in Eunice. Get you some tickets, another great cause to support for sure, and there's a swing and a miss. So 0-1 here. Trying to look, I believe that is number 12, Leja. As he takes that one for strike 2, so 0-2 to Leja. Once again, I'm kind of filling out my rosters on the fly as the batters are coming up. Runners on second and third, and there's a swing foul right back toward me. Trying to see who this one is. That's going to be number 9. So looks so far like Loving is using their same lineup from the earlier game. Cerna on the hill for the Cards. Morales tried to frame that one in there, but the ump wasn't falling for it. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs here. We're in the top of the first. This is game 2 of our doubleheader, just getting started here. Here comes that next pitch, and it's low and outside. So Cerna now with back-to-back balls after an 0-2 lead on this batter. It's now 2-2. So Leja back in there ready to go. Cerna wasting no time. They're going to hit that one. It's going to go into right field. Scooping up. They're going to turn and send him. Here comes the play. It's going to be close, and they're going to get him. Oh, the ball comes out of the glove. In fact, the whole glove come off the hand. And so sliding in there was on Suarez. Both runs are going to score. And so a 2 RBI single for Leja. This game is starting off very similar to the way game number 2 started over in Loving when we were over there. The Cardinals' only loss of district play this year kind of started off just like this one's going. The Falcons came out rocking and took the Cardinals just a bit to get woke up, and by the time they did, they were trying to claw back into the ball game, came right back, made it close right at the end. But it was a little too late, I think is how you say that. And the Cards fell in that game, their only loss of district play. So got to get going here. 1 ball, 1 strike, and that one's going to be hit foul. So now 1-2. Up at the plate is Bunch. This young man knocked one over that left center field fence in game number 1 here. He did have a home run. He leads this team in batting average, on-base percentage, just about every batting category they have for Loving. There's a shot right over to Gallegos. They're going to try to turn 2. It's going to be close, and they get the lead runner, but not the the batter there, so that'll be a fielder's choice single for Bunch. So next up, coming to the plate will be, couldn't tell whether that was Granger or Fierro. First time he swings or moves, I'll be able to tell you. That's number 6, so that is Granger. So Granger's number 6, and he fouls that one off for strike number 1. 0-1 here to Granger. Runner on first is Bunch. 1 out. It's a 2-0 lead already early here for the Loving Falcons over the Eunice Cardinals. Bubba Cerna on the hill. That ball's hit high up over second. Gallegos is under it, trying to use those sunglasses to fight the sun, and he does and makes the catch, and down goes Granger on the flyout. Next to the plate will be number 8. That is Fierro. Fierro had a heck of a game that last game from the plate, reaching 3 of his 4 trips to the plate. He steps in there ready, fouls that one off right over toward the Eunice Cardinal dugout for strike number 1. Bunch was already 3/4 of the way to second, as it kind of looked like we had the hit and run going there. Big lead, and there he goes again, and the hit and run was on again, and a swing and a miss and no throw, so Bunch now stands on second with 2 outs and an 0-2 count here to Fierro. There's a swing and a miss, and down goes Fierro on the strikeout. And so Cerna with the K. And as we move to the bottom of the first, your score, Loving 2, Eunice 0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Eunice is a beacon of community spirit where everyone knows your name and looks out for one another. It's an idyllic haven to raise a family with top-notch schools, a vibrant community, and thrives on sports and academics, and has an unbeatable low cost of living. Want to tap into the heartbeat of Eunice? Google cityofunis.org to unlock a treasure trove of community events, business listings, city maps, and so much more. Experience the magic of small-town living where everyone is welcomed with open arms.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports. Here live in Eunice as the Cardinals host Loving, the District 4 2A matchup here. We're in game number 2 of our doubleheader. And coming to the plate will be Morales as he takes that first one called strike. This is Isaac Morales, young man that had a great game number 1 of our doubleheader today. And there's a big swing and a miss for strike number 2. On the hill is Leyva for Loving this game. So Leyva pitching. I don't know that we've seen him pitch in the couple of games that we faced him before, but He's ahead 0-2 here to Morales, and that was a close one. Update on the Jal Texaco game. Top of the 4th inning, Texaco 10, Jal 2. Thanks to the radio station and Evie for that update. So Jal trails Texaco 10-2 down there, and there's a swing and a. Looks like he went down on the strikeout, and then on the bobbled catch there, they throw over to first and get him, and so down goes Morales on the strikeout. So Leyva with his first K, and that'll bring up Jose Calvillo. Calvillo, the senior, number 24, and he steps up there ready to go. Here comes the first pitch, and it's going to be high and outside for ball 1. Calvillo looked like he wanted that one. He kind of flinched at it a little bit. So 1 ball, no strikes here. Here comes the next pitch, and that one's high and outside for ball 2. So 2-0 to Calvillo. And so Calvillo standing around ready to go. Young man is probably, I would guess, headed for prom tonight. I have never known that guy to miss a dance, so he'll probably be there doing some sort of dance moves. And that's 3 pitches kind of in that same spot, all high and outside to Calvillo. So it's a 3-0 count to Jose. Jose in there ready to go. Here comes the pitch from Leyva. Ooh, he wanted that one, and he let it go, so that is a walk for Calvillo. We talked about that in the last game. They don't throw to him very often, and when they do pitch to him, it's usually high and away, low and away, and that'll bring up Tyson Coy. As Tyson Coy heads to the plate, number 1. Coy in that last game had 2 RBI singles, a flyout, and a walk in his 4 trips to the plate. Here he is. That first pitch is fouled right back at us into the netting for strike number 1. On deck is going to be Tyson Jones, and number 13. So once again, I'm kind of filling out my rosters on the fly here. Calvillo standing on second. Here comes the pitch. It's hit hard into left field, right toward the left fielder. He's going to get under it and make the catch. Coy goes down on the fly out, and Calvillo has to get back over to first. And that'll bring up Tyson Jones with 2 outs, a runner on first. The Cardinals trail 2-0 here. We're in the bottom of the first. So here comes T-Man, Tyson Jones. Sure wish my Uncle Kenny was here to watch him play. He'd be proud of his grandson, Tyson Jones. Had a good season for sure so far. Most of the season he's led this Cardinal team in batting average, on-base percentage. And coming into today, he was still leading in a couple of categories, including batting average. So Jones, the designated hitter, steps in there ready, takes that one outside for ball 2. 2-0 to Jones. He wears that little fluorescent colored Taylor Swift boot on his right leg. Make sure nothing hits him in the ankle. Occasionally they'll throw a ball at that leg and he'll pick it up and it'll hit the one on the back leg with no padding on it. Calvillo with the big lead. There goes Calvillo. Jones took a big swing. Must have been the hit and run as Jones gave her all she's got. He about spun around in the circle and dug a hole in the ground. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2 outs. Calvillo stole second, and he's already out there with a big lead, looking toward third. Here comes the pitch. Big swing and a drive foul over into the pasture. Going to hit the street and then fly over there toward that pump jack. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. It's a little rock boogie, oogie, oogie. Woo, 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 woo. Heath Dean Jared Gladden. And here we go with Tyson Jones. He steps in there ready to go. Here comes the pitch. It's swung and driven foul high. Going to get out of play just barely. And staying alive is Jones. Jones looks like Charlie, but he's staying alive out there in a 1970s disco outfit with the shirt unbuttoned down to about the belly button as he's ready to go. Here comes the pitch. They throw back over towards short, and Calvillo hustling back over. That's one of those where they just kind of throw it to a spot and hope the shortstop gets over there and makes the catch because he's not there yet. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Still rock boogie oogie oogie in it. Jones in the batter's box. Here comes the pitch. Big swing foul. He hits that one over kind of in that same place down the road. Jones staying alive. Making contact here to keep his bat going. Runner on second, 2 outs. They trail 2-0 to the Cardinals, to the Loving Falcons here in game number 2 of our doubleheader. Here's the pitch, and a swing and a miss, and down goes Jones on the strikeout. Second strikeout of the inning for Leyva. As we move to the second, your score, Loving 2, Eunice 0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Eunice Public Schools empower students to soar by providing exceptional educational experiences in a safe and nurturing environment. The entire Eunice community comes together to champion sports and academics, fostering a spirit of collaboration and friendly competition. Eunice is a vibrant small town with a strong sense of community and academic excellence where everyone thrives. Eunice Public Schools, prioritizing student success, cultivating meaningful relationships, and striving for academic excellence to transform lives and unlock limitless potential.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live in Eunice as the Cardinals trail Loving 2-0. We're in the top of the second, and a young man who used to go to school in Eunice, Ryan Davis, he was the prom king last night for the Loving Falcons. He steps to the plate. He's the catcher, and he swings at that one and misses. So 0-2 to Davis. In the first game, he had 2 strikeouts, a single, and a flyout. He is the catcher for this Falcon team. So now we got 1 ball, 2 strikes here. Fernando Cerna, Bubba on the hill. Young man had another grand slam, his second grand slam of the season. Davis hits that one over to the left. Coming in was Serrano. He scoops it up, fires it over, and gets Davis. So down goes Davis on the ground out to third base to Serrano. And now coming to the plate will be number 5. That is going to be Leyva. He's the pitcher here in this game. He had 2 flyouts and a strikeout in game number 1, and he hits that one high up into shallow right center field. Center fielder going to make a run and grab, and that is, I think, Coy who made that catch. And so Coy with a nice run and catch in shallow right center field, and so down goes Leyva. Coming to the plate next will be Allen, and he's number 1. Allen with strike number 1 right there. Allen didn't bat in game number 1. They had the DH bat for him, which was Munoz. So this is the first time we've seen him at the plate to bat here today. Wearing number 1. Kicking and firing is Cerna, and that ball's low and outside for ball 1. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We're here in the top of the 2nd inning. It's prom day here in Eunice. A lot of other things going on. They hit that one right back to Cerna. He grabs it and flips it over to Calvillo, and down goes Allen on the ground out. And so now we got to get those bats moving. Somebody in the audience yells as we move to the bottom of the 2nd. Your score, Loving 2, Eunice 0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
BTH Services and Rentals, LLC is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. They wish all the young athletes an incredible basketball season and send a special shout out to the class of 2025 seniors. Congratulations on this milestone. Go Big Red. BTH Services and Rentals, proud supporters of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Bouncy house. That's a long one.
Well, you can see how much kids are waiting up at the top at the slide. They're just standing up there, and then it starts weighing down, and they push people down. They pushed me down. I was holding on like to the middle part. I was like, ah. And then like somebody kicked me in the hand. My one and only hand, and they jammed all my fingers.
Doesn't sound any fun. It's never fun to hurt your fingers. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live in Eunice at Cardinal Field as your Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Loving Falcons. Coming to the plate, it will be Andres Serrano, number 5. Serrano had a really good game the last game. He was the winning pitcher. He got hit by a pitch twice, had a fly out and a ground out in his 4 trips to the plate, and he starts off here with a high fly ball up over second. And so down he goes on the fly out. So that'll bring up the 8th grader, Misa Brito, as Misa Brito comes to the plate. He had 2 RBI singles, a regular single, and a walk. So he reached base every single trip to the plate in the last game. The 8th grader left-hander. Birthday shout out to Eunice Pump and Supply's own Becky Nogelmeyer. It's her birthday. She turned 21 today. Here comes the pitch. It's hit over toward third base. Third baseman waits on it, fires it across, and they're going to get him, and down goes Brito on the ground out to third. And so now Bubba Cerna will step up here, the pitcher here in this game. Young man had a grand slam. That's the 2nd grand slam I've seen him hit this year in game number 1. Also had another shot that I swear hit one of those clouds before it came down right up against the wall earlier in game number 1. So he takes the first pitch for ball 1. So 1-0 here to Bubba. With 2 outs. We're in the 2nd inning. Bottom of the 2nd. It's 2-0. Loving leads right now. That pitch is going to be outside for ball 2. 2-0 to Bubba. Running over to grab that one is one of our other 8th graders, Gallegos. Bubba in there ready. Here comes the pitch. Ooh, and Bubba swung at that one for strike number 1. Once again, don't have the score app going today, so if you're looking at the screen, don't see the score on the screen. I am not keeping up with it, and they just drove that one through the middle, did Cerna for a single, so Bubba Cerna with the single. Now coming to the plate will be Zamora. Luis Zamora. Luis Zamora had 3 pop fly for out and a single in game number 1. The shortstop for this Eunice Cardinal baseball team most of the time when he's not pitching. And he's got a runner on first base. And so in there, ready to go. There goes the runner. He's going to take off, and he's easily in there, as that's Hasiel, who came in as the courtesy runner. So that was ball number 1, and then a stolen base by Hasiel. Oh, it's 0-1, so they call that first pitch a strike. So Zamora in there ready. Big lead for Hasi, and here comes the pitch, and that ball's hit into left field. It's a high fly ball. Left fielder's easily going to get under it and make the catch, so Zamora goes down on the fly out, and that will move us to the third. Your score, Loving 2, Eunice 0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Eunice Wrecker and Rental offers professional and reliable 24-hour roadside services in Lee County. Light to medium duty towing and recovery, fuel delivery, jump starts, lockouts, and tire changes. Eunice Wrecker will also haul off those unwanted vehicles to clean up your property. Eunice Wrecker, over 20 years of experience and fully licensed and insured. Call Eunice Wrecker 575-394-HOOK, 394-4665. Eunice Wrecker and Rental currently hiring Class A CDL and regular drivers for the wrecking yard. Eunice Wrecker, 44 North New Mexico Highway 248, Eunice, New Mexico, MM1.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports here, live in Eunice. At the plate, we're back to the top of the lineup for Loving, and this is Tarvin. He got hit by a pitch his last trip up there. He chops that one over to third. Oh, man, Serrano made a good play, threw it across, and Calvillo with a very, very unusual error for him as that ball hit his glove and just fell right out of the glove. And so Tarvin going to reach on the error, and that'll bring up number 10, Ansuarez. Tristan Ansuarez is going to come up to the plate, the right-hander, with a Loving 2-0 lead. There goes the runner. They throw it down, and it's got him. I think they picked him off, and they did. Nice throw by Morales. And making a really good catch and tag there was the shortstop, and I'm not sure why the batter's arguing with the ump over the deal, but it looked like he clearly got him to me. See, this guy's still not, the coaching staff of Loving's not liking the call. I didn't think it was that close. And now they're coming over to argue with the other ump. I didn't think it was that close. I'm not sure what the argument was. Maybe they're going to say he was interfering because he was in the baseline. I don't know. I'm not sure. It didn't look close from where I'm sitting, but apparently both coaches for Loving the Loving player. And anyway, they're not liking the call, so now we're going to have a little conference here as the third base coach for Loving is now calling in the other ump. The only thing that I can think of is maybe they're going to say that somehow he shielded him from getting to the bag with his body. If that's, I don't even know that that's legal or illegal, whatever, but if that's the call, maybe, but otherwise, it looked to me like it was the throw was there in plenty of time, and he definitely applied the tag before he got on the base. There was nothing close about that portion of it. So I'm not sure what the frustration is, but all of that to stick with the same call. He's out at second, so Morales throws him out trying to steal, and that ball's hit foul way back over behind us into the parking lot. Suarez is at the plate here. He's got a 1-ball, 1 strike. We've got 1 out here, nobody on, and there's a chipper right back toward the pitcher. Cerna looks at him and then underhands it over to Calvillo, and he's got him. And so down goes Suarez on the ground out right back to the pitcher. And that'll bring up Leja. Young man had a 2 RBI single his last trip up to the plate. Here comes the first pitch, and he hits that one foul into the netting for strike number 1. 0-1. Bubba Cerna on the hill. The Cardinal ace kicks and fires. That one's low and outside for ball 1. Once again, we are in game number 2. The Cardinals picked up the win in game number 1 and now hold on to sole first place in District 4 2A. And there's another strike number 2. A win here would pretty much lock up first place for them in district. A loss here would end up back in a tie between these two teams, as Eunice is now 1 game ahead, and they're going to hit that ball over into right field, and then making a great play from right field is the right fielder who scoops it up and fires it in, and he's going to throw the runner out at first base from right field. Was trying to see for sure who that was. Is that Misa? That was Misa Brito out there in right field, who takes a 1-hop skipper out there to him and then fires it to first base to Calvillo and throws out the runner. It's not very often that you see a ball hit into outfield and somebody get thrown out at first base. A good heads-up play by Brito. As we move into the bottom of the third, the Cardinals trail 2-0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. Coming to the plate will be another one of the 8th graders, Randy Gallegos. Gallegos is going to step up there with a 2-0 trail here, and he takes that first one inside for ball 1. Cardinals need to get something going here. Don't want to get themselves into the same situation they were in the last second game of doubleheaders when we were in Loving. They just kind of trailed the whole game, couldn't get anything going, and then right at the end got something going, but it just wasn't enough. And there's a drive into center field and a nice sliding catch by the center fielder. A really good play out there by number 7, Tarvin, as he was on his horse, slid down underneath it and made the catch and robbed Gallegos. So Gallegos goes down, and now we are back to the top of the lineup. And so with one out, Isaac Morales is back to the plate, and he hits that one hard over toward the Eunice Cardinal dugout. Last home game that we were broadcasting, one of the players had hit a rocket shot right over into the third base dugout, and I just saw a coach come out of the dugout and make like a quick one-hand swipe and grab this line drive ball, and that ball's hit into shallow left field. Shortstop trying to get to it and does, makes a great catch. I'll see you later. And making a really good play out there is Zamora, I believe. That was a nice play. I'm sorry, the shortstop is on Suarez. It was Morales that went down on the flyout. Yeah, that was a nice play out there by Suarez. And so Jose Calvillo now comes to the plate with 2 outs, and he check swings that one foul for strike 1. So Calvillo steps back into the batter's box with an 0-1 count, 2 outs. Eunice trails 2-0. We're in the bottom of the third. Once again, just really hadn't been able to get any momentum going here. A lot of that due to the great defense that's been played here in these first few innings by Loving. And that one's high and outside. 4 ball number 2. 2-1 to Calvillo. You know, this Cardinal team is capable at any point of putting a whole bunch of runs on the board. They had innings in the last game of 4 and 6 and 3, and they can do it at any time. They also sometimes get into these little ruts where they don't score for a few innings, and anyway, kind of in one of those right now. Good for Loving, bad for Eunice. Calvillo steps in there now with a 3-1 count. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here comes the pitch, and it's way outside, so Calvillo going to walk again. He walked his last trip up. He walks this one, and now that'll bring up Tyson Coy. Tyson Coy hit a deep fly ball his first trip to the plate. Young man hit a homer over the fence in our, not this last game today, but the last game before today. So a couple days ago, he knocked one over that left center field wall, and the Cardinals could use it here today with a little wind blowing out, and he takes that first pitch for strike number 1. So Calvillo on second, Coy at the plate. Leyva on the hill for the Falcons. It's the Redbirds versus the Redbirds. There goes the runner. They're going to throw it down, and that ball hits Calvillo, and he kicks it over toward the shortstop and slides into second, so Calvillo with the stolen base. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Coy. He's now got a runner in scoring position as that Calvillo stands with a lead at second. They've got no one. Now they do. As we say, they've got nobody over in that gap, and so if Coy could just hit it toward the second base, there's where the second baseman would normally be standing. There is nobody there. Big gap between first and second right now as they're using the second baseman to hold him on. If he could go opposite field right here with just a chopper, Calvillo would have a chance. Here comes the pitch, and he hit it. Trying to hit it that direction, foul. So keeping it at a 1-2 count. Stepping back in there, ready to go. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch. Calvillo with the lead. And he swings and misses, and down goes Coy. On the strikeout, that is the 3rd strikeout of the game for Leyva. And we move to the 4th. Your score, Eunice 0, Loving 2. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports.
Guns Up Services is a proud supporter of their Eunice community and their Eunice Cardinals. Guns Up Services has been in business almost 14 years and is family owned and operated, located at 2105 Avenue O in Eunice. They're your trusted vacuum truck, winch truck, frac tanks, rental equipment, and dirt work provider. Guns Up Services in Eunice wants to cheer on number 9, Elijah, and number 15, Maddox, wishing them good luck this sports season. Guns Up Services, another proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports here live in Eunice as the Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Loving Falcons. The Cardinals with a 2-0, or they trail 2-0 here in this ball game. We are in the top of the 4th, and the Cardinals just haven't been able to get anything going with the bat so far. They've made contact. They've got some runners on. Just hadn't been able to get anybody around and get any type of, momentum going from the batting side of things here today on offense. For the defensive side, they've played all right. I mean, they've done well there. Just gave up 2 runs in that first inning and just hadn't been able to get the offense going. Cerna on the hill. That first pitch is in there for strike 1. Bunch is at the plate. He reached his first trip up on a fielder's choice. And he's going to hit that one into shallow left, and he's going to get on as a single for Bunch. Bunch is kind of deceiving. You don't think he does a whole lot, and then you look up and he's on base again or knocks one out of the park. And it's kind of the same thing. And so that'll bring up Granger. Granger had a pop fly out his last trip up to the plate, and they've got a runner with a huge lead over there on first in Bunch. So Granger up there ready to go. Runner on first with a big lead, and he's going to keep inching that way, and they throw back over. And they thought we had thrown it past Calvillo for a minute. Then they realized the ball was laying right beside the feet of Bunch. And here goes Bunch with a big lead again. He gets a big lead. And I would expect him to go probably. And there he goes. And they throw it back over toward first this time. And Bunch is down. He hurt something when he slid back into first. It's like a no contact type of injury, and that's usually not good. He's grabbing his right elbow. And they're going to bring in a courtesy runner, I think, for him. I'm not sure what they're doing. They're pointing toward the dugout. With some tape. Maybe he got like a turf burn or something on his elbow. I thought maybe broke his arm or dislocated his arm or something, but they're going to cover something up, so I'm assuming maybe just got a turf burn. I thought maybe he'd done something serious, which a turf burn's pretty serious, but boy, the way he started jumping around, I thought it was like a serious, like a dislocated arm or something. I think I've had turf burns on my forehead and not jumped around and acted like that, but that's just me. I'm kind of one of them folks. But anyway, they taped it up, and he's out there and going to stay on the field. So here we go. Big lead again, and that ball's down the outside corner for strike 1. So 2 balls, 1 strike here to Granger with Bunch on first, who seems to be perfectly fine now. And he's going to go this time. The ball is low, I'm assuming. Never saw a call, but it was a good throw over towards second. So 3-1 here to Fierro. Bunch on second with a big lead. And here comes the pitch. It swung on and hit foul for strike 2. So we got a full count here with no outs. Cerna on the hill for the Cardinals. You know, the last time these two teams met with Cerna on the hill, it was a 10-0 game in 5 with the Cardinals winning. And there's a swing and a miss, and down goes Fierro with his second strikeout of the ball game. All the strikeouts that Cerna has thrown have all been to Fierro. And I said Fierro. That was Granger. Now Fierro's up, so I was wrong. The first strikeout was to Fierro, and the second strikeout was to Granger. So this is him. And there's a dry foul down the left field line. It's going to get over to the left and find the turf. So a long strike one. And once again, this is Fierro. So runner is Bunch standing out there on second. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike two. So 0-2 to Fierro with one out here. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike number three. And down goes Fierro. So now back to what I was saying a while ago. 2 of the 3 strikeouts have been to Fierro, and that'll bring Ryan Davis to the plate. 2 outs, runner in scoring position standing out there on second for the Loving Falcons. They lead 2-0 here in Eunice versus Eunice, and we are in the top of the 4th inning. We've moved pretty quick to get here already to the 4th, and this is game number 2 of our doubleheader. Here comes the pitch. It's swung on and fouled off right back over toward the netting for strike number 2. So 0-2 here to the prom king, Ryan Davis. Davis back in, ready to go. Got his white helmet, his black bat, and his red jersey. Here comes the pitch from Cerna, and that one's low and away for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A reminder, Swamp Fest tonight, 5 o'clock, just out behind our left field fence, and that ball is hit foul down the first base line, out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes still, 2 outs, a 2-0 game. We're in the top of the 4th inning here in Eunice. Beautiful overcast day. It's been like this all morning. Wind kind of gently blowing out toward left center field, and there's a high fly ball into left field. Left fielder going to get under it, make the catch easily, and then throw it in here. Just looking out there, that looked like Gallegos, but I'm not 100% sure that's who that was, but I think that's right. Was that Baiza? That's Adon? All right, so Adon with that catch. That's Dottie's son, is what we always joke and say, because a couple of years ago, Dottie and Adon were out playing in our front yard, and somebody had looked over there and thought there was a dad and son out playing catch in the front yard, and they realized it was Dottie and his buddy Adon. So they've been friends a long time. So with that said, we will move to the bottom of the 4th. The Cardinals lead 2-0. We'll keep it here. Just a shout out to some folks and things going on, a lot of different things going on. Next weekend, Saturday, the Eunice Masonic Lodge has their pancake breakfast. Get up there. It's all for a good cause. A lot of that money goes to scholarships for kids. It also does a lot of other things that nobody ever hear or know about. People that need help, medical bills, people that need help with, all kinds of interesting situations. The Eunice Masonic Lodge does a lot for folks. So get over there and support their pancake breakfast next weekend. Tonight, 5 o'clock, the Swamp Fest right over left field will be going on. Get out there and support that as well. Want to give a special shout out to those sponsors that we have that always help us make these broadcasts live and free for everyone. Without them, we could not do it, so we definitely appreciate them. Trying to get back over to that page. There it is. NMR Pipeline, Thomas Welding Service, Guns Up Services, Redbird Gas, Eunice Pump and Supply, Parker Energy, Cardinal Hardware, Eunice Health Clinic, Badger Hydrovac, Eunice Wrecker and Rental, the City of Eunice, Eunice Schools, and Redbird Garage. Speaking of Redbird Garage, Tyson Jones is up to the plate. That first pitch looked like it slipped out of the pitcher's hands for ball number 1. Pitching for this Loving Falcon team is number 5, Leva. He's got 3 strikeouts so far through the first 4 innings, or through the first 3 innings, averaging a strikeout an inning, and he throws that one outside for ball 2. So 2-0 here to Tyson Jones. Tyson Jones steps in there, another one of the left-handers for this Cardinal team, another one of the underclassmen, not a senior, so he'll be back again next year as well. And he drives that one hard into right, but unfortunately, like in game number 1, he hit it right at the right fielder, and I mean, he rocked it, but it was a rocket that was shot right to the right fielder's glove, and so down goes Jones on the line out to right field. Man, he came around on that one and drove it. Right fielder didn't really have to do anything but just stand there and put his glove in the air, and it went right in. So that'll bring up Andres Serrano. Serrano had a fly out his first trip to the plate, and he steps up here ready. Big breaking ball's going to hit him. And so Serrano gets hit by a pitch, and he'll head over to first as he's dangling his left arm. Yeah, he's picking it up and shaking it a little bit. And that'll bring Misa Brito to the plate with 1 out. Do we need some Misa in our life right now? Misa, we need you. Got to get something going. We've talked about it all season, how this Cardinal team has done some things that are kind of strange. A lot of the runs they've scored are with 2 outs on the board, and it's just kind of been that way all year. And Misa takes strike number 1. Yeah, had some big runs this year. Have the Cardinals with 2 outs, or 1 to 2 outs for sure, but numerous times with 2 outs. They'll put 3-4 runs on the board after they've already got 2 outs up there. First base looking like he might take off. He didn't. Oh, and a late swing, kind of an unusually late swing there by Brito for strike 2. So 0-2 to Misa. Big lead over at first. And that one's outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes here. Serrano with the lead over on first, trying to figure out a way to work his way around these bases and get the Cardinals on the board. As through 4 so far, we haven't been able to do that. Wind blowing out there in center. Brito back in there ready to go, and he swings and misses at that one, and down goes Brito, the 4th strikeout of the game for Leva. And so Misa Brito with his first K of the day for the 2 games, and that'll bring up Bubba Cerna. Cerna represents the tie and run. He's knocked some over the fence. We could use one here. Here he goes. Here comes the first pitch and a big swing. He was swinging that direction for strike number 1. Leva's just got an unusual delivery that seems to have got our batters on their heels for sure. Here comes the next pitch. Oh, and that was a slow breaking ball as Cerna watched it go for strike 2. So 0-2. Leva up to this point has had our number. Cerna, we need you. Back in there ready. 2 outs. Runner on first. There goes the runner. And Cerna fouls that one high back over into the parking lot. In fact, that was right there by the ticket booth. So I see people sometimes standing back there talking by that ticket booth, and I think, man, you're not thinking very good, because there's no netting right there. That ball flies up in there and comes down and hits you in the noggin. Anyway, 0-2. Here we go. Cerna trying to stay alive. Here comes the pitch. That one's outside. They throw it down, and sliding in there safe. And now Serrano jumps up. He gets a late start. He's heading over toward third, and he's in there. And Serrano trying to make something happen as he now stands on third. And so now the Cardinals have an opportunity to cut into this Loving lead, but once again, they're doing it with 2 outs and a 1-ball, 2-strike count to Cerna. Serrano going to take a big lead here. Leyva on the hill for the Falcons. Kicks, fires it toward home. Big breaking ball, and down goes Cerna. And that is the 5th strikeout of the ball game for Leyva. As we move to the 5th, your score, Loving 2, Eunice 0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Redbird Garage is your hometown local mechanic shop specializing in minor and major repairs from oil changes, car washes, brake work, AC repair, and so much more. For more information, call 575-394-8828. Call 575-394-8828. Redbird Garage, 1800 North Main Street is your hometown mechanic shop, committed to always doing what's right for you and your vehicle. Redbird Garage is a proud supporter of Lee County athletics and academics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports here live in Eunice. As your Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Loving Falcons. Eunice won the first game in convincing fashion, 14-6. They had a chance to end it in the 5th. Were a run away from doing so. Couldn't quite close it off. And anyway, the game ended up going the full length, but still ended up an 8-run win for the Cardinals. And just like the last time we faced Loving, game number 1 was the big win. Game number 2, the Falcons jumped on the Cardinals early, and they went on to win that ball game. Here, once again, Loving jumped out to a 2-0 lead. They still lead 2-0, and we are moving into the 5th inning. And the Cardinals just hadn't been able to get anything really going with the bats. Some nice hits, some things here and there, but just nothing like in a line of hits or, some walks, some different things. And so, anyway, coming to the plate here is number 4. And this is a sub. Number 4 comes in. This is R. Echevarria. No, Echevarria. Okay, weird. Anyway, they hit it over toward short. Shortstop going to scoop it up. He's trying to fire it across, and he does. Zamora gets him. And so Echevarria goes down on the ground ball to short. Have to add him here to my notes, so he goes down on the ground out. And then that'll bring up Allen. He's number 1, playing out there in right field. Here comes the pitch. There's a big swing and a miss for strike number 1. So 0-1 here to Allen. Allen with a ground out, his only trip to the plate here today in either game. And that one's low and outside for ball number 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here. We are in the 5th, the top of the 5th. That one's low and outside for ball 2. Cerna is, in my opinion, definitely the ace pitcher for this Cardinal team. Hasn't quite had his normal stuff today, and what I mean by that is not a knock, still an outstanding pitcher. But a lot of times he'll strike out 5 in 2 innings type of thing, and hadn't had that type of game so far. Now, hopefully he'll show me different here as we move in to the next couple of innings, because just as I said that, he throws 2 straight strikes right by the batter. And that one's right down the middle, and down he goes. 3 straight pitches right after I said that, and that is the 4th strikeout of the game for Cerna. And so coming up to bat now is the top of the lineup. This is Tarvin. He got hit by a pitch his first trip to the plate. He had a single his last trip up. He's the center fielder. And right down the middle is Cerna. And those last 4 pitches, all 4 strikes, is the Cerna that I've been looking for here. Here comes the next one. And that one's a little bit low and outside. Cerna's an outstanding pitcher. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And typically when he's on the hill, there's no question what's going to happen in the Cardinal game. And they hit that one over into shallow right, trying to get up there and making the catch. A nice play by Brito as down goes Darpin on the fly out. Brito doing an outstanding job out there in right field. And as we move to the bottom of the 5th, the Cardinals trail 2-0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Redbird Garage is your hometown local mechanic shop specializing in minor and major repairs from oil changes, car washes, brake work, AC repair, and so much more. For more information, call 575-394-8828. Call 575-394-8828. Redbird Garage, 1800 North Main Street is your hometown mechanic shop. Committed to always doing what's right for you and your vehicle. Redbird Garage is a proud supporter of Lee County athletics and academics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. A lot of birthdays in the fam of mine here today. Of course, we've got my nieces down in Kermit. My wife's, I believe, down there. They were heading down there as I was headed up here. And so also next week, I think it's next week, is my granddaughter, Isla's birthday. Happy birthday to Miss Isla. And then, of course, it's Billy Blevins' birthday here in the next couple of days. I believe they're having a birthday party today. So shout out to Billy as well. Shout out to Becky Nogelmeyer. It's her birthday today. So happy birthday to her, and thank you for all that Eunice Pump and Supply do. And that first pitch is swung on, hit right towards center fielder. Center fielder going to step up and make the catch, as that was Luis Zamora. So Luis Zamora goes down on the fly out. Zamora's got 6 at bats today, and 5 of them have been pop flies into the outfield for outs, and that was another one. Hitting it well, just hitting it high and right up over the defenders. So Gallegos now comes to the plate, and he hits a high fly foul right back over the first base dugout. It's going to get hung up in the netting, and it stays up there. So Randy Gallegos, one of our 8th graders that's had an outstanding season here, one of many of these youngsters, and then right down the middle for strike 2. So 0-2. Once again, this Leyva, he's just got an interesting delivery that just kind of seems to keep our batters on their heels. Haven't been able to get anything going. Big breaking ball stays outside for ball 1. Shout out to my man Leonard Skinnerd White. And Leonard, hope you're feeling better. Our thoughts and prayers continue with you. And that ball's high and outside for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here. We're in the bottom of the 5th. Nobody on. The 8th grader Randy Gallegos at the plate. Had a pop fly for an out his first at bat. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and missed. And down he goes. As Leyva now has 6 strikeouts in this ball game. The young man doing work on the hill for sure for the Falcons. And that'll bring us to the top of the lineup for the Cardinals, but once again, not before we've got 2 outs. So Morales will step up here with 2 outs. We need a 2-out rally here. Cardinals got to get something going. And Morales reached out like he's going to try to bunt. Kind of an awkward looking bunt, but It was a way outside pitch, and he was determined he was going to put a bat on that one. He was unable to, so here comes the next pitch. Swung on and missed. First strike, 2. So 0-2 to Morales. Give credit where credit is due. Leyva has got the Cardinals leaning backwards, forwards, every which way, swinging awkwardly. He's got them on their heels. 0-2. Here comes the pitch, and that one's right down the middle. And down goes Morales on the strikeout. Strikeout number 7 of the ball game for Leyva. Yep, that is 7 Ks already for him. So we move to the 6th. The Cardinals still trail 2-0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Guns Up Services is a proud supporter of their Eunice community and their Eunice Cardinals. Guns Up Services has been in business almost 14 years and is family owned and operated, located at 2105 Avenue O in Eunice. They're your trusted vacuum truck, winch truck, frac tanks, rental equipment, and dirt work provider. Guns Up Services in Eunice wants to cheer on number 9, Elijah, and number 15, Maddox, wishing them good luck this sports season. Guns Up Services, another proud supporter of all Lee County athletics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports here live in Eunice as the Cardinals are hosting Game 2 of our doubleheader with Loving. The Cardinals won the first game in convincing fashion, but they trail here, and we're getting ready to start the 6th inning. They trail 2-0. That first pitch is right down the outside corner for strike number 1. At the plate is number 10, Tristan Ansuarez. He is the shortstop for this Loving Falcon team. And he swings and hits that one right up towards shortstop. Zamora going to scoop it, fires it across and gets him. And down goes Ansuarez on the ground out. Nice looking play there as that ball came off the side of the pitcher's mound and could have been trouble, as everybody was kind of already moving that opposite direction, and it kind of skipped out. But Zamora stayed cool, calm, and collective, as Rosendo might say, stayed with it, scooped it up. Nice throw across there, and he gets him. And so next up will be Leja. He had an RBI single and a flyout, and he takes the first pitch for ball number 1. So here comes the next one. That one's on that outside corner for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Morales missed that pitch, so it kind of went off his glove. It looked funny. The Loving faithful didn't like the call as the catcher missed it, but it looked like a good pitch, and they're going to hit that one right down the third base line, and it was close. It was right down the line. And the Loving third base coach did not like the call, and neither did the Loving first base coach. Neither of them liked that call, assuming they thought that was a fair ball. So this is Leja. I think it's Diego Leja. Here comes the pitch, and that one's hit into right center field. It's going to be trouble as it's going to get through the gap and go all the way to that deep corner in the wall. Picking it up is Coy, and then he fires it in. And a double for Leja. That's a nice shot for him. That is his second double of the day, as he doubled in the first game. He's got a 2 RBI single in this game and now a double. And that'll bring up number 9, Bunch. As Bunch has had a heck of a day. He's knocked one out of the park in the game 1. He's had a single and reached on a fielder's choice in game 2, and he's going to bunt this one right over toward first base, and he's going to beat the throw out. As that was a nice bunt. He bunted it almost like a little hit down the first base line, and it caused the first baseman to have to come charging. And so Calvillo scoops it up, but when he tries to throw it back, he had to double clutch a couple times and then flips it to Cerna. And Bunch is going to reach on the single. So now runners on the corners, 1 out here. We're in the top of the 6th. Coming to the plate is Granger. He's got a fly out and a strikeout in his 2 trips to the plate in this game, with runners on the corners now. And there goes the first one, and they fake the throw to second. And so now you've got 2 runners in scoring position, runners on second and third. Granger at the plate, 1 out. It's a 2-0 lead for Loving, and that pitch is low and outside. So 1 ball, 1 strike. So Cerna, he's going to kick and fire low and outside for ball 2. So 2-1 here. As I mentioned, Cerna definitely, in my opinion, the ace of this Cardinal baseball team from the mound. And he struggled a little bit here today. Nothing bad. It just hasn't been the overwhelming powerhouse on the mound that he usually is in every game. So here comes the next pitch, and that one's going to be a little outside. I'm assuming it was close. So now we got a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. As Granger's on at the plate. Runners on second, third. Look at the lead out there at second. And they call him out, and so down goes Granger on the strikeout. He didn't like the call. He flips his bat over toward the next person in line. He did not like the call. He was already headed to first. So down he goes. So now you got 2 outs. And that'll bring up Fierro. Fierro swings and hammers that one, and boy, that was almost trouble, as he rocked it down the third base line, and it landed 4 or 5 foot outside the line. That ball hits 4 or 5 feet to the right, and he's going to score multiple runs. And that one's low for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike here. Man, the young man out there at second base, which is Bunch, after every pitch is almost standing on third base. Here comes the next pitch, and he didn't get as big a lead that time. The last 2, he was dang near to third at one point, maybe 15 foot from third base. Here comes the pitch, and that one's in there. Oh, no. Man, that's a good-looking pitch, and Morales, who usually don't make many gestures, is shaking his head, still shaking his head. That looked like it was right down the middle to me. 3 balls, 1 strike. And that one's down the middle and a swing on and miss. So now we got a full count again with 2 outs. Look to keep an eye on Bunch at second. That young man usually has big leads when it's not a full count with 2 outs. And there's a swing on and down he goes, and Bubba doing work. Says, I may not be on my best stuff, but I still got great stuff. As the Cardinals get out of a pinch right there, they move to the bottom of the 6th. They trail 2-0. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
BTH Services and Rentals, LLC, is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. They wish all the young athletes an incredible basketball season and send a special shout out to the class of 2025 seniors. Congratulations on this milestone. Go Big Red! BTH Services and Rentals, proud supporters of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal sports. A shout out to my niece, Miss Neela Charo. She's at in Florida at Disney World, Universal Studios. She's in the national cheerleading competition down there. Should be performing any moment now. So shout out to them and best of luck to Miss Neela. And so the Cardinals here trail 2-0. We're in the bottom of the 6th. They've got 2 more chances at the plate here to at least get even in this game, or Loving could come in here to Eunice and steal a game 2. And so you couldn't ask for a better leadoff hitter in this situation than Mr. Jose Calvillo. Calvillo steps to the plate. Trails 2-0, does the senior. Bottom of the 6th. Here comes the pitch from Leyva. And it's high and outside for ball number 1. Kicking and firing for that next pitch. Big breaking ball. Calvillo fouls it off for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike here. Calvillo, the left-handed senior, first baseman for this Eunice Cardinal team. Big breaking ball, late swing and a miss from Calvillo. That's what I'm talking about Leyva. He's just had us on our heels the whole game. Leyva's had us on our heels. Calvillo steps in there ready. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He drives that one into right field. Oh, and what a catch by the second baseman, who's probably 50 feet out into right center field. And I just don't even know what to say about that. I thought for sure that was a base hit. And Calvillo goes down on the line out to the second baseman. I'm telling you, the second baseman caught that line drive probably 50, 70 feet out into right center field. And that'll bring up Tyson Coy. Coy with a swing and a miss. 0-1 to Coy. Boy, do we got to get some bats going here, and Tyson Coy would be a good one to get us started. In fact, any of them would be at this point. Tyson Coy swings and fouls that one off, and he finds himself down 0-2. Tyson Jones on deck. Tyson Coy at the plate. Beautiful Saturday here in Eunice. Overcast most of the day, some occasional sun popping out. Coy chops it over to third. Third baseman scoops it and he airmails it. He threw it into the dugout and Coy just makes the turn and takes off. And Coy's over to second, and we needed a break, and maybe we got it right there. As Coy reaches and on the air heads to second, and we've got a runner in scoring position with Tyson Jones. And the Christmas fluorescent colored boot coming to the plate. The left-hander, Tyson Jones, a runner in Coy with some speed, standing on second. And the Loving staff wants to talk about it as they head out to the mound to visit a little bit. I can't imagine the Loving coach changing pitchers here after the game so far that Leyva's had, but we will see what he's going to do here. You had the first batter, go down in Calvillo, and then this, reaching was Coy there basically on the error. And then the Loving staff wants to talk about it, kind of calm everybody down and tell them it's all right. You're leading. Keep your calm. And if you're the Eunice Cardinals, you need a rally here. You need some noise, some excitement. See if you can get them shook a little bit and get a rally going here. You trail 2-0. We're in the bottom of the 6th. You got 5 outs remaining to try to tie this thing up and extend it or to win this sucker. And that one's outside for ball 1. 1 ball to Jones. No strikes. Tyson Jones at the plate. Leyva on the hill for Loving. He has been our kryptonite so far this game. And he almost hits Jones there, way inside for ball 2. 2-0. Jones stands way up on the inside of that batter's box, but that was a too close for comfort, just below the waistline. Fastball, and it's 2-0. Jones with the bat on his shoulder takes a look. Here comes the pitch from Leyva. He swings and hits that one hard and high. It's foul, and it's going to find the turf. Actually, it's going to find the cleachy out there. So 2-1 here to Tyson Jones. He climbs back in there ready to go. Runner on second. The runner's going to go. Jones takes the pitch, and then sliding safely into third is Coy. And Coy now stands on third after the stolen base. And Jones took that pitch for a ball, so 3 balls, 1 strike. Coy trying to see if he can work his way home. Oh, they changed it, so now it's 2-2, so they must have called that pitch a strike. So 2 balls, 2 strikes here. Here comes the pitch. Jones takes that one high, and now he's earned a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, 3-2-1. That usually leads to contact. 3-2-1 contact with Coy on third would be nice. Here we go. Here's the pitch. And it's driven hard into right field. It's going to go to the wall. Jones is going to make the turn. He's headed for second. Here comes the throw. It's going to be a close play. And Jones is safely in there as he slides into second safely. And Jones with the double, with the RBI. Tyson Jones with an RBI double. And they're going to send the courtesy runner out for Jones. That'll be Lucas Lopez. And Jones cuts the lead in half as he'll head over to the dugout with his excited teammates. Calvillo going to give him the little jump high five with the hip in the air, as that'll bring up Serrano with a runner in scoring position. If we could do the same thing right here. The Cards trail by 1. We're in the bottom of the 6th. They've trailed the whole game since the first inning. And now they're 1 run away from evening this thing out with Serrano at the plate. Lucas Lopez, the 8th grader, standing out on second, and he takes ball 1 to Serrano. This young pitcher for the Falcons has given the Cardinals fits the whole game, trying to get something going here in the 6th inning. 1 out. Serrano at the plate, the right-handed batter. And that pitch is outside for ball 2. So 2-0 here to Serrano. And you've got Misa Brito standing in the on-deck circle, the left-handed 8th grader. The tie-in run stands on second base. Nobody standing out there between first and second, so a big gap in the field as the second baseman's holding on the runner. Here comes the pitch. It's hit hard down the left field line. It's going to be close, and it's out of here, but it's just left of the foul pole. That ball's about 20 feet left of the foul pole, and it was a line drive that cleared the fence. Man, that ball 20 feet right, and the Cardinals take the lead as he ripped that one over the left field fence, but foul. So 2-1 is your score, a 2-1 count. 1 out. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Serrano at the plate. Here's the pitch. He thought about it. He let it go, and it's a good thing he did. It's 3 balls and a strike. 3-1 is your count. Brito standing over there flexing his 8th grade muscles as he's ready to step up here and give it a shot. Serrano trying to either get on base or drive one in here. Either one would be fine. Here comes the pitch. Swung and hit hard into left field. They're going to turn Lucas. They do. They're sending him. It's going to be a close play at the plate. And he gets down and they get him. And down goes Lucas. Oh, man, it was a close play. That was a gamble there by TA as Lucas hadn't even got to third when the left fielder had it securely in his glove. And as he made the turn, the throw was coming. And so it was close. Lucas hustled down there. Nothing he could do about it. But now you've got 2 outs and the Cards trail by 1. It was an aggressive play there by Coach Almaguer. Unfortunately for the Cardinals, it didn't pay off that time. So Misa Brito heads up, 2 outs. Brito gonna step up there with a runner on second. And I think that's a Melanson, but I'm not 100% certain. Is that who it is? Yeah, so they brought Melanson in as the courtesy runner. So you've got some speed on second base. You've got the 8th grader Brito at the plate, the left-handed batter. You got the 8th grader Melanson standing on second. 8th graders everywhere. And then something happened there. I'm not sure what they're moving the Cardinals that were outside the dugout back inside the dugout, and they're doing the same over on the other side. And now we got a timeout on the field as the Loving coaches are going to come out here. The pitcher for Loving is bending over, touching his toes, and kind of looks like he might be getting tired. But, man, I can't imagine Loving making a change here. Their pitchers just had too good a – I mean, this may be the best pitching job I've seen against Eunice all season long. I can't imagine them pulling him at this point, but it's the second time they've been out there to visit with him. Man, they kind of look like they might be going to pull him. No, they didn't. They're going back to the dugout. They're going to leave him out there. Wow. All right. So here we go. 1 ball, no strikes to Misa Brito. Runner the tie-in run stands on second base here in the 6th inning. We're late in this ball game. Big lead out there for the 8th grader Melanson as they're trying to slide over behind him. Here comes the pitch. Brito with a big swing and a miss. Saying he tipped it off. So 1 ball, 1 strike. A lot riding here on this trip to the plate for the Cardinals. We're right in the center of the lineup with Brito. Bubba Cerna stands in the on-deck circle. Boy, if we could get Brito on base and bring Cerna to the plate, there would be some holes puckering. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Brito. So Brito gonna step up there. A lot of folks in the crowd giving him some words of encouragement. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 outs. It's a 2-1 ball game. Here comes the pitch. And that one's outside for ball 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. It's a little rock boogie oogie oogie. Woo, 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 woo. Hey, Dean and Jared Gladden, we're going to need you right now. The spirits of you. The Deans and the Gladden Spirit is on you, Miso. Misa, here we go. Can we do it? Runner on second. Here comes the pitch. Oh, and a swing and a miss, and down goes Brito, and my rock boogie oogie didn't get it done that time. That is the 8th strikeout for Leyva, and the 2nd strikeout for Brito here in his last 2 trips. And that'll move us to the 7th and what could be the final inning. The Cardinals trail 2-1. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Eunice is a beacon of community spirit where everyone knows your name and looks out for one another. It's an idyllic haven to raise a family with top-notch schools, a vibrant community, and thrives on sports and academics, and has an unbeatable low cost of living. Want to tap into the heartbeat of Eunice? Google cityofunis.org to unlock a treasure trove of community events, business listings, city maps, and so much more. Experience the magic of small-town living where everyone is welcomed with open arms.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports. Quick reminder one more time, the Eunice Masonic Lodge Pancake Breakfast next Saturday. The Eunice Masonic Lodge there in North Main, right across the street from Redbird Garage. Also tonight, 5 o'clock, is Swamp Fest right out over the left field fence. I can see a lot of folks already starting to gather out there. They got the bouncy houses, the jumpers, all that kind of stuff. Gonna have the big crawfish boil and shrimp boil thing going on out there. A lot of great activities. Anyway, a lot of neat things going on out there. Shout out to Billy Blevins, Isla Jenkins, Miss Becky Nogelmeyer, all having birthdays. So a lot of neat things going on. Shout out to my nieces. Their birthday party's happening right down in Kermit. And so coming to the plate is going to be Ryan Davis. That first pitch is low and outside for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes here to Davis. On deck is in the circle over here anyway is Munoz, and that's a strike. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Davis. Prom night. Reminder, everybody have fun, be safe. And there's a drive into center. Coy just going to take a couple steps over, swipes it out of the air. And so down goes Davis. Good catch out there on a well-hit ball by Coy. And so now up comes Munoz. Munoz has not batted in this game. And he comes to the plate. I'm assuming they've brought him in at, I think he said 5. So anyway, he's in there now. I'm assuming here comes Tyler Almaguer. He's going to come out and talk to the ump about some things. I guess he's got some questions about the substitution. And so now sliding over is the Loving coaching staff. Not sure exactly what Coach Almaguer's questioning here. He knows more about baseball than I'll ever know, so I'll let him question whatever he wants to question. But he's sitting out there discussing something with the ump. The ump's looking something up. A lot of neat things going on. Also, reminder on Monday, and I believe it's Thursday. I can't remember for sure. But anyway, these next 2 track meets, we're going to try to broadcast track meets. We've never done that before. I've got permission from the station. I think the only problem is I think Monday Charlie may be out of town. So it'll be me and Rosendo trying to do it. We're going to do things a little different. I've got like a little portable deal that'll connect to my phone. I'm going to get in and walk around the track. Whoever's up there running the camera can just kind of zoom around to what event we're down there watching, and I'll be able to get down and talk to some folks, hoping it's not too windy because it'll make it hard to hear with that portable mic out on the track. But anyway, should get to cover some track meets. Just thought it'd be something different. I know there's a lot of those young men and women that get out there and bust their tails and never get to have any of their games broadcast. So anyway, there's a chopper. Oh, and what a diving play there. God, man, what a play there by Gallegos as he laid out and Rob Munoz. And then, man, he did the scorpion. His freaking chin and face was skidding across the turf. He was able to knock it down as he dove into it and then got back to his feet and threw him out at first. What a play there by Gallegos. And that'll bring Allen to the plate with 2 outs here. And that first pitch is in there for strike 1. Man, 8th grader Gallegos doing work out there at second base. That looked like it hurt. Here comes the next pitch, and that one's low and outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike here to Allen. All we need from Cerna is just a couple of strikes. A couple of good pitches here make Allen hit it. There it is, right there. So now we got 1 ball, 2 strikes here. All we need is Cerna to chunk this one right over the plate and send us for 1 trip to swing some bats, and down he goes. And the ball gets bobbled around, and now we throw it out there, and they do get it there. And so down goes Allen on the strikeout. Cerna with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th K of the ball game for him. And the Cardinals are going to have one last opportunity at the plate here to either tie this game up and extend it or to win this ball game. I guess, either of those two would be acceptable. The other option is not acceptable. It's a 2-1 ball game. We move to the bottom of the 7th. You're listening to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports.
Eunice Public Schools empower students to soar by providing exceptional educational experiences in a safe and nurturing environment. The entire Eunice community comes together to champion sports and academics, fostering a spirit of collaboration and friendly competition. Eunice is a vibrant small town with a strong sense of community and academic excellence where everyone thrives. Eunice Public Schools, prioritizing student success, cultivating meaningful relationships, and striving for academic excellence to transform lives and unlock limitless potential.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to No Mark Broadcasting's coverage of Eunice Cardinal Sports here live in Eunice. Has the Eunice Cardinals trail 2-1 with the slugger Bubba Cerna coming to the hill. The Loving Falcons have made a pitcher change. They've brought in Ansuarez. So Leyva takes a seat. He had 8 strikeouts with 6 innings pitched, only gave up 1 run, and now we've got a pitching change, and that first pitch is inside for ball 1 to Bubba Cerna. Cerna trying to, and then we got a call on the field. Let's see what it was. So he called him for the balk. And the Loving coaching staff coming out of the dugout, they're talking to the pitcher about the balk. Okay, interesting. So that makes it 2 balls. 2 balls, no strikes. They're trying to give the pitcher some instruction on how he's got to pitch the ball. And that is high for ball 3. So 3-0. Gutsy move, I got to tell you, taking a pitcher out. Maybe he's tired, too many pitches, arm sore, I'm not sure. But a gutsy move changing pitchers when they did, because Leyva had the Cardinals on their heels, and Cerna's going to earn the walk. And so as Cerna goes to first, they're going to send a courtesy runner in for him, which I believe is going to be Hassi. It is. Hassi heads over to first, and Luis Zamora comes out to bat. We're in the bottom portion of the batting average. This is batter number 8 and 9, and then we'll be back to the top of the lineup. Eunice with no outs and Hassi on first. I look for Hassi to go the first chance he gets as Munoz comes out, and I've noticed now Munoz is over on first base. So Coach Almaguer's halfway down the third base line saying something to either the umpire or to Zamora. Hassi with a big lead. He squared around like he was going to bunt. That pitch was way outside for ball 2. Or maybe that was ball 1. So runner with a big lead is Hassi. Taking a look, firing that way. It's a nice bunt. It's over toward the pitcher. The pitcher fires it over. The Zamora advanced Hassi to second. And so Zamora goes down on the ground out off the bunt to advance the runner. I don't know. Anyway, it is what it is. So here we go. Gallegos, the 8th grader, comes to the plate. 1 out, a runner on second, and Hasiel, a runner with some speed out there for sure. Here comes the first pitch. It's hit foul for strike number 1. It's a tense one here in Eunice Cardinal Field as the Cards trail by 1. After winning game 1 big, they trail by 1 here. Big hole out there in right center field. Gallegos at the plate. Big curveball comes back down, almost gets him in the noggin. The board shows 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Lots of ones up there. The Cardinals have scored 1. We're in the bottom of the 7th. It's do or die for the Cardinals here in this inning. And that one's up above his head for ball 2. So 2-1 here to Gallegos. Coach Almaguer pacing back and forth down there in his coaching box, kicking at some turf and whatnot. You think he isn't a little tense. And that ball's hit foul into the parking lot. Whew. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and an out to the youngster. Gallegos. Man, woo-wee. Lots of nervous Cardinal fans here as the Cardinals still trail 2-1, the bottom of the 7th. Hasiel with a big lead, and that one's high. And now we've got a full count here with 1 out. Runner on second represents the tie-in run in this ball game. He advanced on a Zamora bunt. Here comes the pitch. It's hit towards second base. It's going to get through. Gallegos is going to reach. They're going to hold the runner up there at third. And so Gallegos delivers, and he puts runners on the corners. And now we're to the top of the Eunice Cardinal lineup as Isaac Morales comes to the plate. Runners on the corners. Jose Calvillo on deck. The one thing you can't do here if you're a Cardinal, and I probably shouldn't say it out loud, but is hit into the double play. I might tell the pitcher or the batter to take the first pitch and just send the runner. There he goes, and take it. Yeah, there you go. Good thinking. I like it. He takes it. It's a strike, but now that takes you out of that double play opportunity. So now Morales will step back in there with an 0-1 count. 1 out. Runners on second and third. The winning run stands at second, could win this ball game. Here comes the pitch. It's high and inside for ball 1. A lot of nervous folks in the bleachers. I'm watching folks out there, knees bouncing up and down. People scratching, rubbing their beards, rubbing their head, arms behind their head, and there's a drive into right field or left field. It's going to score one. Coach Helminger going to hold the other one up. And so now runners on the corners, and here comes Jose Calvillo. I would not be shocked at all to see him walk him. Let's see what they do. Calvillo going to come to the plate. Runners on the corners. Let's see what they do. Man, big decision here. Do you walk the bases loaded and keep Calvillo from swinging the bat with the winning run on third base? It's a 2-2 ball game. We're in the seventh. One out. Jose Calvillo. Tyson Coy on deck for the Cardinals. Big lead over at first. Here we go. They're going to pitch to him. And they're going to step off. Woo-wee. They're thinking about it. Now they're talking about it. What are they going to do? Coaching staff all the way out of the dugout, making motions, rubbing chest, rubbing noses, rubbing earlobes, all those signs that they do in baseball. Here comes the pitch. They fake the throw down, and they accidentally throw it over the pitcher's head, which I don't believe was intended. And anyway, standing still on third are the Cardinals. So now with runners on second and third, Calvillo to the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. The loving coaching staff still out there giving signals, and there's a dry foul as Calvillo took a big cut at that one. Whew. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out to Calvillo. Calvillo could win this ball game with a swipe of his sword. The gladiator Calvillo takes that first pitch outside for ball 2. So 2-1 here to Calvillo. Calvillo ready. Here comes the pitch. He swings. He hits it right at the second baseman. They're going to throw it toward home. Are they going to get there? And they don't. The runner's going to score, and that's Gallegos as he gets home. And the Cards win it here on a Calvillo RBI as the 8th grader Gallegos collides with the catcher. The ball gets away, and the Cardinals are going to win district. They've still got some games they got to go, but that puts them solely in possession of first place in district right now as the Cardinals with the big win. What a game, a fun one here. That'll give them some excitement going to prom tonight. Just want to shout out and say thank you to all those folks we've talked about. Get over to the Swamp Fest happening out there over the left field fence. It starts at 5 o'clock. Make sure to support the Eunice Masonic Lodge. Next Saturday morning, they have their pancake cook-off, pancake breakfast out there, pancake sausage and juice. I believe it's $6. Get out there and grab you some. Our sponsors, NMR Pipeline, Thomas Welding Services, Guns Up Services, Redbird Gas, Eunice Pump and Supply, Parker Energy, Cardinal Hardware, Eunice Health Clinic, Badger Hydrovac, Eunice Wrecker and Rental, City of Eunice, Eunice Public Schools, Redbird Garage. Happy birthday shout out to Eunice Pump and Supply's own Becky Nogelmeyer. Happy birthday shout out to Billy Blevins. Happy birthday shout out to my nieces. And good luck to Neela Charo over in the National Cheerleading Championships at Disney World. I'm sure I'm missing some things, but we appreciate everybody listening. Thank you all, and everybody have a great weekend.